big items and distributing that gold. So like the jackhammer, they got that in Oldemon, a blue drop. It's selling for 300 to 400 gold, which is a ton. And so they are then selling that, distributing that among the people that got it. So they split drops. So then someone sends that gold out to all those people, and then they all got banned for, I guess they thought it was like a GDKP or something. Because of that story, I literally think if I would have sold this mount right here, I'd an offer for 1,000 gold, because this dropped week 1. Very first lockout, and I so luckily won it. I had an offer for 1,000 gold. I think if I would have sold that to him, even though I know he's one of the best gold makers playing the auction house, like he was it back in Classic, and he's doing it again. The dude's insane. I know his gold is legitimate. I think we both would have been banned for like GDKP or something like that from these stories that we are hearing. Apparently I saw another Reddit story where people are bringing items to raid, like enchants, consume, stuff like that. They bought it off the auction house, went and traded it to a dude. The dude gave him like 40 gold for it to like have his enchants, got his consumes and stuff, and they got hit with the ban. So it's really, really interesting that it is being so specific. And then also just gold swapping. Obviously, I covered that story. I know gold swapping is a gray area. I don't like the practice. I did not partake in it at all. But I do know a lot of people who did and thought it was fine, because at the beginning of 2019 Classic, they said it was allowed to trade gold that way from retail to Classic. So it was just really interesting to see them sort of go back on that at Phase 2 launch without saying anything at all for it. So obviously that one was a gray area. I understand that one completely. I don't like it, but I would love for them to just hardline say you cannot do this. So because of all these stories and issues, my thoughts are all this started at P2 launch. Well, what was the biggest change that they've made at Phase 2 launch? Well, I believe it's the new GDKP detection and banning system that they've put in. It uses fruit of the poisonous tree, so if anyone touches any illicit gold at all, it flags you. So that could be, from what stories are saying, selling an item off the auction house, or just distributing that gold. Possibly, I don't know if it was tainted gold or if it was just the distributing of that. It seems to be somewhere between 40 and 50 gold. After you're above that, it sort of does it. It's really weird, and if you were in a party with that person for the items. So I lent a Gildy 90 gold for his mount. It was actually my friend Striker. He got banned for doing the gold swapping. He did not buy any gold at all. I don't think he ever has. I've known him for 4 years. He's someone I would go IRL and get a beer with. He seems like a really good dude, and I don't think he's ever bought gold, because he's even inspired a few of my gold making videos, because he actually goes out there and does it, and he's a good dude. So I lent him the 90 gold so he could get his mount. I felt bad for him. He got it back to me in like a couple days, and neither of us faced a ban, so it's really weird, but we never partied up. I just mailed it to him because they asked me in Discord if someone could lend it, and I was like, sure, I got you. And so it's really weird that didn't flag it, but a lot of these other people are saying stuff is flagging them. So I think the party is important, and doing an instance dungeon is important for that GDKP detection system. I know people who have multiple accounts on the same BattleNet, and they have never been banned transferring hundreds, thousands of gold between those two. So I know that gets them off of it as well. But I'm legitimately scared if I get a blue item, if I make a video showing you guys where to farm Underworld Band, for example, and you sell that item, and I could just I'd feel terrible if people sold an Underworld Band that they farmed using one of my videos, and then sold it on the auction house for 300, 400 gold, whatever it's going for, and then they get banned because of that. I'd feel awful. And I'm scared to tell you guys how to go get these big, huge items, make farm videos on it, because I don't want to get people banned. I'm scared to go do them myself because I don't want to get people banned. Anything that sells over 50 gold, I don't want to go do, because I am scared to death that I will get banned for whatever is going on. Just reading all these stories, hearing all you guys reach out to me, it's actually legitimately terrifying. I don't know if you're allowed to do mage boosts. I don't know if you're allowed to do anything. I just would love them to clear up to you as what's being allowed, what's not being allowed, because I think this is a very widespread problem, and it's only going to get worse if we do not know what we can and cannot do. And now, to wrap this up, every single person that we've talked about, all these examples, sure, they could all just be lying, they could all be gold buyers, but due to the frequency and the widespreadness of this issue, I really don't think that's the case. Like, it would be such a large, coordinated effort to make up all these stories and say that it is the just so you could buy gold really would be the end game for that. It'd be absolutely insane to run that big of a psyop. So I'm just really worried and concerned for the game I love, you know? I just don't want to see tons of people get banned and then quit playing because they broke rules that they didn't even know were rules. And so, anyway, guys, that's it for this video. Please let me know what you think down below in the comments. If you've been banned, if you're one of the people who have suffered this, definitely, if you want to add gold buyers, send more stories, anything you want to do,
you get hit by a ban?
Helps. So, anyway, guys, that's it for this video, and I'll see you next time. Hope you have a great day. Bye-bye. If you made it to the end of this video, thank you so much for watching. It truly means a lot to me. If you happen to find anyone that you know would also benefit from watching this video, please share it with them.
The time has finally come to begin the longest quest chain in all of Phase 2 of Season of Discovery. And that is the Profession quest chain that begins in No Morrigan. So after spending literally...
What you call it? All the people getting banned and shit from like buying gold and everything. Have you gotten hit with that or something, or are you pretty aware of it to like not or even like on burner accounts? I've heard, because that was my plan, was like to just use a second account to buy the gold, but then if I send that gold to the mail to like my main account or whatever, that would probably flag me. So I'm like, eh. Yeah, Enhance kind of slaps. I guess it's not as, what calls it, not as mid as I thought it was. I mean, these buffs helped. Yeah, some of the bosses we don't need 2 tanks, so I just DPS. You gotta be smooth and grab a trader. Yeah.
all of my gold on the auction house. It was then time to level up my blacksmithing so we can get going in this quest chain, which will reward you with some of the best gear that you could possibly imagine for this phase. So I need to get to 150 with heavy grinding stones. I mean, I need 8 more, but it's green, right? So it's like I could make 10 of these and not get a point.
5 minutes later.
Alright. Please? Come, 150. Bro.
I mean, that was like... I remember buying gold, and that was like one of the things...
Give me now. I have 6 chances.
Like,
Come
a
on.
while back, like
give it
probably
to me.
in TPC or like classic original launch. Like
just one level.
The gold buyer was like, okay, now tell us an item you're gonna put up on the auction house and put it up for like 2,000 gold or whatever. And we'll buy it. But then it's like hell obvious
this
to everyone else who's
ridiculous.
Who has the knowledge of it. It's like, yeah, that guy's buying gold. Like when someone asked, why is someone selling this gray item for like $1 million
I ran back and forth in Ocarina, purchasing
gold,
all the heavy stone in existence so I could get 1 level of blacksmithing. Ah, that sounds like a great day, Yuzu. Did you enjoy it? Yeah, I loved it. It was so fun. It was amazing. Was it worth it? Yeah, it was worth it, for sure. Dude. Bro, I've done like 30 crafts now with no level. Dude, I'm even doing the spinning strat while crafting and it's not working.
But
I'm spinning.
I'm trying to save
Bro,
up to
I was doing the spinning strat too and it didn't work. Okay, I'm buying 20. I'm committing to 20. Let's go. This is ridiculous.
Half a mount right there. I only get like 2 more stamina.
Thank you, budget. Please. This is dumb. This is... Wait, it's 20 silver. Whatever. No, fine. I'm doing... It's... no, dude, dude, look how many I made. That's crazy. No, dude, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Fine, I'm making these stupid things, man. God damn it. This is absolutely ridiculous. Look at this bad boy getting crafted.
So have you tried it?
Wow, and it's
DPSing
just that
enhanced,
easy,
or are you
guys.
still
150,
tanking?
dude. Imagine struggling on that. Wow.
I think one of the
now
spikes
I
I
need
was
to
doing
make
like
5
300 DPS. I was pretty
gold
impressed with myself.
golden rods. The guide tells me to make
Menagerie, I guess I got like
green iron lickings.
purple log.
Dude, fuck the guide. I'm gonna make iron buckles, dude. I'm gonna make 5 of those rods and I'll make iron buckles. Maybe we'll make these gold bad boys and then we go get ready for the Blood Moon event.
This time I was
I'm gonna do
taking
that real
the
fast.
dragon.
I'm trying to farm a bunch of blood coins for either the mount or for AB rep, right? I'm not too sure which one of them I'll spend it for yet, but we might as well send it, right? Oh, Link? Oh shit. Holy shit, this was a bad idea. Okay. There you go. I just charge in and I hope for the best. I charge in and hope I get healed, dude. That's my plan. You know? I should probably brought some gnats or some shit. This guy's gonna die. Holy shit. That is... That is big damn. That is big damn.
Yeah, I'm realizing my OPS volume is pretty high up there.
That damage.
Have you DPS enhanced shaman yourself, or have you just been tanking?
Oh my god, keep me alive! Fish, you are MVP! I got glowing things everywhere on my screen. Ooh. What? That was the most satisfying double kill I have ever seen on a warrior. Charging in with sweeping strikes, just one-shotting 2 clothies. What? Oh! 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 There it is.
Yeah, I'm thinking I could probably
as a warrior. That's
like
what you want.
DPS tank like with dual wield if I use that
that's what you want.
the 1000 armor potion.
Just a
Shares
bunch
a
of
cooldown with
people
like mana
grouped up
potion
in
and everything
one
else.
shot. Oh shit.
Stone shield, lesser stone
I'm
shield
so
potion.
dead. Oh my gosh, it's not even funny how dead I am. No.
But yeah, I was reading up on Reddit. I was like, and some shaman tanks were saying they were just tanking dual wields. So I was like, huh.
I was so
And they mentioned using that potion, so I was like, I might give that a go.
I was so used to talking to that spirit.
I think he only said he used the shield like on the last boss.
No, I was just so used to using the spirit.
Apparently, I'm gonna have to get like fire pot potions for first phase of that last boss. He was kind of destroying me.
Okay, I want to go into Nomor again real fast though, and I want to see. I want to start this thing here, okay? Because now we finally got 225. We actually managed to get 225. There we go. Yep. And there we go. Okay, nice. Okay, we are in Nomor.
Yeah, I got the epic staff on my mage, so I got it on both my casters. Got that yesterday.
Okay.
Got all the things I want from BFD on all my old. Like they all got the pearl. They all got like their epic. They all got their 3 sets.
Bar, Greater Mythic Essence, BB, GG, Cartridge Fuse, and the Processor. So now I need to go kill TechBot, right? Am I gonna... No! No! Can I... No.
Oh shit, there's a guy.
Maybe... No!
Font.
I don't have any food on me. Or bandages! I can't eat the lollipops, they're for my fishing rod. Okay, I can kill that mob, right?
This guy has the dispersion quest, actually. Apparently that's just a turn in and I can get dispersion, so...
He's right
that might be like a belt or
boot. 12k
ring.
HP! Let's go. Oh, flip, I actually should have respect. But
I'm pretty sure I could use that for tanking.
Stupid bunk. What the hell is that? I guess we just kill it. He honestly doesn't even hit that hard, this guy. Yeah. You could probably solo this guy. Alright, there it is. So now we get this thing, right? The processor. And then this thing begins a quest. Find someone who can repair the corroded G7 core processor. Core until...
I do use the firepower potion, but it's like not as I mean, like it's good for the trash and I guess flame shock, but it doesn't really do much if you're going dual wield, right? Lava Lush doesn't exactly do fire damage, even though you would assume it would, right? I mean, I guess it would help with flame tongue weapon as well. But yeah, I do use firepower potions.
Inside the raid. Alright. Siri the wrench. Okay, what do you got? I found this G7 unit. What will this do?
Oh no! This thing looks like it's about to turn to dust in your hand. I need a pristine G7 core processor.
It looks like there's an inscription on it, but I can't make it out. Show Siri the text on the unit.
Oh, it's tough to make out, but I don't need to be able to read it to tell you what this is. It was made by Wordle Wondergear. Everybody knows Wordle. He probably is the most well-known in computer-old engineering algorithm. Real hardcore dude.
Do you think you could fix this? Where is he now?
Well, if anyone could fix this, it would be him. As for where he is, no clue. I know that when things started to go pear-shaped, he was able to make it out with some other refugees. Last I heard, he was staying in Booty Bay. I heard there was some goblin engineer there working on some new type of teleporter pad. I'm sure that would have been caught Wordle's interest. Maybe a bit of pioneering and teleporting tech. Maybe
Bro, where do I turn this in?
Or one of the
I'll get this guy a couple of golds.
Okay. So that means that he's probably gonna be in Tanaris, right? Like the teleporter pad to Tanaris, to Gachistan? I guess we go to
The lava
Booty Bay
does
first,
19% fire
and then we
damage.
go to
Really?
Gachistan. Quadriligation.
Wordle, yeah, I know him.
Huh.
He's a gnome, but I won't hold that against him as a fellow
Really, I just thought it did physical damage with the offhand.
Myself. He took out of here in a few months back from somewhere in Calibur. Then he ports in now again to
Rowan
grab some
Priest.
supplies. I could probably transport you to him, but you need his coordinates, or I'd probably just teleport you to Mountain or something. If you can find his quadrilocation beacons in Calendar and attune them to them, that will do the trick.
Find Wordle Wondergear's quadriligation beacons and attune with them. There are 4 of them, and they are located somewhere in Calendar. Okay.
Come on, game. I don't know why my shit freezes up when I'm like logging
those
out.
were if you were just like discovering. I know where some of them are because we skimmed through like a video. I know there's one in Tanaris, like here somewhere. And I know there's one in the Isle of Dread. Go to Ratchet and then run down the coast to Dustwallow. Okay, so Ratchet and we run down to the coast. Okay, I'm getting intel that we might need to check out the islands. Be careful about the water.
Does it say that in the
supplies, there could be
tooltip or
sharks.
did I miss
So
that
it's somewhere
somewhere?
around here under the water. Okay, gamers, spread out. Find the thing we're searching for. Oh, I saw it. I could see like the little thing. Okay, so this is the first one. Nice. Good job. Good job, Agent F. There you go. Okay, so now we're gonna go down to Gachistan. And I think it's like kinda west of Gachistan. Okay, so here somewhere there should be, yeah, there it is. Quadriligation Beacon, whatever the heck it's called. And after this, we're going to Des Olays. And that's where the next one is. Oh.
Shaman
okay,
Discord.
Okay. I knew it was gonna be up high because it's like an antenna, right? It's like an
Yeah, I don't
antenna,
really
and you
use
wanna make
Discord.
sure that it's,
Like,
as far up as
whenever I
possible.
turn my
Okay,
PC
so
on,
this is
like
good.
that's one of the programs
Let's fly down
I
to
like
Camp
switched it
Mojave.
so it doesn't automatically put me in Discord. Like whenever I turn my computer on, like I only use it when I'm raiding.
That shit was.
Or actually
What are
need to
we
use
doing?
it like for
Rick!
voice calls.
Brick, you freaking dingus! There's fatigue! You can't run across this. I specifically told you not to run across the fatigue, Brick.
Okay, I'll get this guy a couple.
We would not have
golds.
made that. There's no way. Dude, there's no way. My intuition told me to go in here. If it's not in here, then it's down there, right? Yeah, let's not go here. Okay, so it is down there. I was just checking. I was just checking. There it is.
There's this guy.
Okay, so now we go back to Ratchet, right? Alright, so Portal. Yeah, Orgrimmar. Yeah, let's go to Orgrimmar. Alright, so is it this person we're gonna talk to? Yes, it is. Scooty. Hey, Scooty. Alright, so turn in. Beam me up, Scooty. Oh shit. Oh wait, this is kinda cool actually. Tower defense automation. What the hell? Okay. When someone builds a tower and the workshop is stuck
Send
with
me an
giant spiders in
invite.
the middle of nowhere, it's almost like they have don't want unexpected visitors. Who would have thought? Virtual magnifying goggles make a low mechanical buzzing noise as they focus on the corroded G7 core. I sorry suggest that you throw that thing into the ocean and never think of it again. I can repair the process for you, but I need somewhat a hard to get item. A charged void core. Naga spellcasters are known to carry these, and while I can't be sure where they get them and how they're made, they tend to act as powerful foci for certain types of magical rituals. They are the key component to my G7 core process unit. They aren't common, so you
Guy
can find a tough
AFK?
time getting them alone. Wait, so
Oh
you
no,
gotta kill
this is him.
them here or what?
There
in
he
the
is.
Isle of Dread? Hey, that's the only thing I'm picking
Here.
up, like right here, right? No? Oh, my mamma mia. Okay, so let's go to the island then. Okay, I won't be able to do the Blood Moon event right now, I think, because I wanna do this. But alright, let's go do that. I wanna
think
get
he's
this,
AFK or
this quest
something.
done here. The shadowy figure can appear at any of these mobs here when we kill them or what? Is it like a really low
Take the
drop?
damn gold.
Here.
I was in the middle of something. Come on.
I don't see anything. Can't you see it? Are you okay? You need to relog?
There we go.
It's not here. Alright, well, I guess I gotta keep grinding then. Okay, well, he got it.
Coffee.
You have to
If
do your
we got
cachey
more.
folder. Okay. If she doesn't spawn before we kill the rare, I'll delete my cachey folder, okay? Cachey? What? Do I delete the full cachey? Like all of this? Is this okay to delete? Yes? Okay. Did it. Oi! There it is. Okay. Got it. Well, isn't this a bit of a serendipity? You need something and I just need happen to have exactly what you're looking for. Dude, they're definitely tying this together with retail or Selatath, right? I want to help you, of course. That ward car you carry, it's well and truly spent, but I could help you charge it. Raises its hand and the energy floats. Okay. Nothing, of course. The benefits of altruism are only lost on me, and I very much appreciate cultivating mutually beneficial relationships. Who knows, there may be some time when you and I can be in a position to help me and find yourself feeling similarly altruistic. The tiny floating speck of energy floats over you and your waiting palm. There's a smart warrior. Use it well and enjoy. Okay. So now we gotta go back to this guy, right? Yeah, we got.
Where is this
We gotta
want
go
me
back to
go?
Booty Bane. So Ogamar, Ratchet, go to Booty Bane. Having friends after 25 is.
Once you've done that,
Um.
might like to hear it.
No, don't
What
do.
riddle?
No, Cheeseman, stop. Cheeseman. Oh God. I mean, it is Blood Moon. I'm sorry. God damn it, dude.
Okay, I'm gonna need some context here.
Dude,
Or do I just gotta talk to
arrived here
him?
at a very interesting point. Okay, let that guy go. Let that guy go, though. Okay, he's a gnome, man. Well, all right, let's go here. All right, this guy. I shudder not to think how many you clobber over this thing. Well, here goes nothing. I feel compelled to give you the disclaimer that I won't
I'm
be able
assuming
to
I just talked to him.
Okay, nice. We got the thing, guys. Okay, dude, that took a hot minute. Okay, so the only thing we need now for this quest to get our
Water of the Holy
profession
Spring.
stuff
Like,
is we
is this
Mythril
Ashenvale
Barm,
Spring?
those mystic
Like this
is
area.
we need the card switch fuses from the raid,
Hold on.
right? So
Priest
next
is
raid we do, we will be able to get the recipe for the best in slot helmet. Yeah, that's gonna be good, dude. That is gonna be good.
On a whole little side journey here. Apparently, it's like priests can just share this shit, and like, they just gotta do one thing. But I don't know where the turn-in is.
So, what's the
Mate, you
point,
got the
guys?
curse
First of
add-on,
all,
best
you should know
add-on
this,
in town and free.
that you can say, well,
Like Curse Forge, like to get add-ons, or what's Curse actually do? Like, isn't that the name of like the place where you get add-ons from? I mean, I've got like this app called Curse Forge. What's like Curse if that's like something different? Yeah, that's how I got all my add-ons is through CurseForge. Remember back in the day, you'd have to manually like go to that website, download them, and then you'd have to move them like specifically to like interface an add-ons window, or save them in there, something like that. I've got Rested Experience, just don't have it turned on actually. That probably would help me, huh? My God, it's getting warm in here. Fuck, and it's like super cold out there, but it's like a greenhouse effect here in my room. Hold on. But yeah, I do have rested guides. I just have it turned off. I don't think I can use it from 25 to 40. I think it's only free for 1 to 25 at least. How it's been advertised to me. Whoops.
What do you need? So basically, at the moment, you should see this guide if you want it. You need a rogue that has mastery of ability rune and has also equal chain charm. Once you do,
Yeah.
so rogue will be able to pick up
Thanks.
Stonehead Wall to obtain the mysterious troll scroll. The highest drop chance to pick up, and once rogue has a scroll, you will have a system. So basically,
I don't like visiting that old man when he's drunk.
I think is better and
I have to be
way
drunk to
should
tolerate it because
just
dude
find
fucking
in your
repeats
server
himself like a
guy
million
who,
times and it gets
as you
old.
can see here says dispersion rune, sharing the list in under city keeps appreciated. So basically what I did, I just find this guy and he give me this shared quest. Then we should go to this specific area in Stengel Valley. Sorry, my English is bad, so basically we go here now. Alright guys, next step, we in the bottom is Eastern Kingdom and we in Stenhorn Well. It's a hard part because I am 32 level, but we try to do it. We just go here. I will show you. I just run here. I think I don't die, but maybe I die. It's okay. We just go in. Here is mobs. If you already 40 level, it's okay for you, but for me it's hard. We'll see. We just going to this location. Here's some mobs again. We just run here.
Whoops, I'm muted. Yeah, that's my dad.
Exist.
Press the wheel. Wait, which wheel? Am I missing something here?
Just come here
This thing.
and go this area.
Oh, dispersion. There we go.
Would be great. Yes, here. Alright.
But isn't like this quest I have already basically finished? I just need to know like the last thing to do.
Alright, I just realized, as you can see, here is a man who tries to do the same.
Oh my god, this guy has like a very heavy accent.
Because they fight you, and I can
Oh,
do level
so he's sharing the quests, and he's.
to this specific area in Stangle Valley. Sorry, my English is bad, so basically we go here now. Alright guys, next step, we in the bottom
Alright, now that's getting chilly.
kingdom, and
I have to
we
cool down my whole entire room here.
on Twilight. It's a hard part.
Travel to
because
STV.
I
Okay,
was
we're on it.
level, but we try
So I guess I'm
to
going like down somewhere like this island here or this island, something like that. I've quested there before. I forget what it's called. Okay, find a robe with master of the what the. I don't know what step I'm on here though. I'm sure you have two running meditation bus before you're heading there. Click the. Okay, I guess we're heading down. I don't know if I have the flight pass though. I think I'm gonna have to like walk down to Booty Bay first. Yeah, I don't think I have that. This is like my priest's first time in STV. Oh. But we have oh yeah, I paid a warlock to summon all my ults to Badlands just in case. And this priest is squishy, so I'm gonna have to stay on the roads. Maybe it would have been faster to go to like Ratchet and then take the boat down there, but we're here already. So I guess I'm getting the holy water and then traveling to the rings of wherever the fuck this is. Stays at number 3. Oh, okay. This place. Okay. I could use Rested Experience for runes though, yeah. Just can't really exactly use it for like questing. I mean, at this point, who quests in Phase 2? We all dungeon grinded that shit. Leave me alone. Alright, tank test time. Oh, you fuck. This is gonna be actually fucking shit. Maybe I should. Fuck. Can I even do this at level 30? 29? Because those are like all level 40 mobs though. I guess I'd corpse walk my way there. But last I recalled there was definitely like a person, like there's someone near where I need to click. I know there is. It's like a level 39 or 45. Bro, what is this? Because how I remember this thing, like the dispersion quest is like it's already completed, right? So when they give you the quest, like at that point I would have just or I guess I'm skipping a decent amount of shit up here, something like that. I actually have to do shit here. I thought it was kind of just like a free rune. Like that's how priests were like advertising it when they were like selling the quests. So I guess, yeah, I'm not getting that done as a level fucking 29. I don't know why priests have like they're false advertising that it's like basically a free rune. Like once they give you the quest and like they sell it to you. It's like what the fuck? I can't do nothing with this at my level anyways. What the hell? Huh. All right, I'm gonna continue the sleeping bag quest then. I'm not gonna bother any level 40 to help me out with this shit. I'll get it at 40 or something, or maybe when I have gold, I'll pay someone to carry me through it. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to do that. But dude, click all the steps. Relax and chill. Fuck off. I don't want to relax and chill with any of you people. Where can I click? Go to step 2. To step 5. Or do I just talk to Hemet and call it a day? Huh. Or no, this step right here, yeah? Use the holy water at the small fountain. You will need to kill this douchebag and a small pack of trolls. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to kill my way there at this level. Oh fuck. Yeah, and I forgot about these guys. I mean, they're not as scary, but it's gonna be hella annoying here. What is this? Click all the steps and look down. Use Prophecy of the Imprisoned Mallet. Like, do I have that in my inventory? I don't believe I do, yeah? I don't know if I'm hella missing something here. Huh. Guy I haven't seen in a while. I remember he used to bully me in elementary school. I mean, I'm cool with everyone that used to bully me nowadays. I don't really hold grudges. I scrapped with him before, and then he had more respect for me. Dude was like definitely bigger than me. Most of the fights I get into, people are generally bigger than me. So I was like this 90, 100-pound kid for like the longest time. I haven't gained weight until like these last few years, but that's mainly just my beer gut that adds this extra weight. I got like a Randy Marsh kind of build going on here. I wouldn't say quite Homer Simpson or Peter Griffin levels yet. Yeah, I'll have to come back to this fucking Dispersion Rune like at a later time.
Dude, we got a lot of shit done, man. I'm happy about that. Oh, you want a duel? Oh, don't shield me. Shield yourself, man. Okay, let's go. Oh, bro, you're joking. You're not doing this. No, you're not fucking doing this. You think you're doing that to me? You think you're gonna do that to me?
Oh, you're gonna
Unbelievable
mind
unhappy. I saw what you tried to do, man. God. But we're ready for no more again now, guys. We're gonna get the a big item when we're done with this quest. It's gonna be really good. I actually didn't expect this to take this long. Brick. You wanna do a duel? Sure, we can do a duel. Sure. Let's do a duel.
How come you're 29 on all my ults? Because I've just been playing my main and I only log on to my ults to do BFD, so I did I just do BFD every 3 days on all my ults. Until like...
Come on!
It's not worth doing. I don't know if like... I've seen a level 39 in one of my BFDs. I don't know if they're still getting experience at that point.
Thing sticks on me, man. Here it is! Oh! And there it is! And there it is!
I got the tank Alchemy on this priest a few resets ago.
There you go.
I've been like clipped it and put it as a YouTube video.
Man. We got the quest chain done.
Some
we
Deoxys
beat up
music.
Brick. Yep.
I thought it was fitting music because like priest tank is like an alien concept, man. Well, it was. To most people, it is these days. Is the time 13 in the morning for you now? It's 21 here. No, it's 3 in the afternoon here. No way, it's in the morning. We got hella sunlight coming from that side. Alright, I'm gonna have to remember where to next after this. Fuck, I forget. I did this on my main. It's been a hot minute. I think Questy shows me, yeah, for burned it. Like, I gotta go to, like, wetlands or some shit? Or no, Stone Talon Mountains, I think, is where I'm going next after this. I think, yeah. Stone Talon and then wetlands, then Hillsprout, I think, unless I'm missing something there. Yeah, the time zone I'm in is Eastern Standard Time for North America. I don't know if I'm making a mistake here going full shadow now. Maybe I should have just stayed disc and like healed all dungeons to 40 then reroll shadow. Power infusing. Oh shit, that's the thing, everyone, like all the DPS want this shit, right? Oh, but it's for casters. You go to work? Nah, my ass is hella employed. I used to work in construction, and I worked at a marijuana dispensary before that. But yeah, I've been like unemployed for like the last year or so. But my dad and brother also live with me. Like I own this house. When my grandma passed away, I inherited it, so yeah. Most of the bills and utilities and shit is covered by my bro and dad. Most, what I'll contribute is, what you call it, at the end of the month I get my welly like on every 28th, so I use like a good 100 of that or so for car insurance, because 2 vehicles that we have are in my name. Oh shit, I don't have a hearth. I'm too broke to ask for summons. I did not take that into account here. I've also been lazy because like I was expecting, cause I'm Native American. I don't know if I've mentioned that, but I live in a reserve, and the treaties were kind of bullshit. But like every year we get $4 amazing dollars, but apparently like we're supposed to be like all the reserve members are getting like I don't know, like thousands and thousands of dollars. But apparently our chief and council are being like shitheads and giving that money to themselves and not the people. So we're trying to get like what's it called, some sort of movement against these guys, because they're getting scared that they're getting called out now. They're basically stealing, honestly. Oh, you're like you're a teacher, or because I know kindergarten or preschool or like daycare, because when I was in school, kindergarten, senior kindergarten were a part of like the same school for like grade 1 to 8. There was no middle school. I went to that in high school, and then I didn't really bother going to college or university because I don't fucking know what I want to do. I wanted to be a rock star. Like, I don't know. I was like, you don't need to go to university for that. Like, look at all the most famous bands. They never went to university or anything like that. Whenever teachers were like, so what is everyone gonna do? Here's an assignment for what you're gonna do in the future, etc. Blah blah blah. So yeah, I was like too cool for school. But if anything, like, if I could go back, I think I'd, like, learn how to do, like, design or something, you know? Like, something to do with computers. I fucking hated working construction. It was, like, 12-hour shifts, and I barely had any time to, like, stream and, like, fucking have my own time to myself, because it would be, like, 1 hour driving to work, 1 hour driving back, plus the 12 hours, so that's 14 hours, leaving me 10 hours. And I need like a good 8 hours at least to sleep, so like 2 hours is what I had free time when I was working construction. I do not miss that job. Plus, I was like a functioning alcoholic, but like by always having beer every day, like I was hella dehydrated, and I'd get like foot cramps and shit while I'm at work. Like, they're not pleasant. I don't know, it's like when like one of your middle toes goes up like this or whatever, like I gotta like undo all the shit from my work boots, take it out so I can like crack my toe back down to normal position. It is unpleasant. Plus from my mom's side we got like shitty fucking joints, so it's like my knees always fucking hurt. There was a lot of walking, like it was a physical job. I wasn't really driving any work trucks or anything. Like I was on site, like basically shoveling snow and shit. Like a lot of just walking around this big site. Like at the beginning of the day, I'd do a 1 hour walk every single time to like check out all the sandboxes and shit. Oh, so okay, so phys ed and math. That's quite the combo. Normally, the school that I went to, like, there was one teacher that taught everything for each grade that you were in. Okay, I guess there was actually a gym teacher that would come in, there was a separate teacher to like your main like homeroom teacher, because like your homeroom teacher would teach you everything like math, science, and all that other shit, art, etc. Oh, you're a high school teacher? Gym teacher? Screw off, I don't want to join your guilds. Just like a spam guild that like spams everyone, like no one wants to be in a cesspool guild like that. At least whisper me or something with a pre-automated message. I used to do that on a private server for Cataclysm. It's like in Cata, you can. That's where the cesspool guilds were like starting off, because like you could use everyone to like generate gold into the guild bank type of deal, and the GM just like halves at it. Okay, math in middle school and physical teacher at high school. I don't know if it's like a meme or something, but there was like this meme where it's like, it's a gym teacher, he's like, can you guys guess who the smartest person is out of me and my colleagues? It's like, it's me, because I get paid the same amount as them, but I just get to play sports all day type of deal. It's like, you know what, that's actually pretty smart. He's got a point. That's so true. Facts, though. True and real. Oh, getting a bit too close to these guys. What does your wife teach? Yeah, don't work hard, work smart. I mean, that's basically what I integrated some shit when I worked at a marijuana dispensary. It's like we'd have these times of the year, like on 420, like that's one of the busiest days working in a cannabis thing. Like, and how I would do like inventory management. Like no one told me to do it. Like I just did it to make it easier for all of us, because I'd look at all the stuff that like we're selling and shit. Or where does this go to? Org? I forget. No, this one's org. So I'd look for all the things that aren't selling, and I'd bring them back down for all the people. Like I was one of the guys that weighed the weed, and she calls it. I would notice what is selling the most of certain species of weed, whatever weed was selling, and like say 1 grammers, those are running lows. I would take like all the 7-gram containers and I would like reweigh them to be like more 1 gram, because those are like selling more often, etc. Like inventory management, so we're not constantly always getting like because the floor staff, the people that are actually making the sales, they'd have a headset on, and same with everyone like downstairs that's also weighing. So it was almost like a drive-through kind of deal. Like I don't know, I've never worked at a drive-through, but I could like make that comparison, I guess. Like on fast days, like we're always getting like orders from the upstairs guys that are, oh, we need more of this weed. like 3 grams of this, and we need 7 grams of that. And yeah, sometimes it'd get overwhelming, and we'd have like too many people on comms. So I did that to make those days of the year way easier. So we're not all stressing like May the 4th and like Christmas type of deal. Like I remember I got a fat fucking paycheck during Christmas, or actually it was a bonus. Like the owner gave us like all like $1,000 for like Christmas cash. We were like getting paid basically through raw cash. Like we'd get like a bunch of bills and a rubber band type of deal. Eventually they swapped to getting us paychecks and shit. She's at the daycare, so the kids are like 8 months to 6 years old. So she don't teach anything in particular. She just kind of looks after them, keep them busy. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure like this next step I'm definitely going to Stone Talon, right? Like I don't remember anything before this besides like these first 2 steps. Like I'm going somewhere up in the mountains here. Yeah, right? Yeah, stepping stones. And there's like another thing right next to it, and then I think I go to wetlands next. Never did it? I mean, I guess someone probably always had the sleeping bag when you were grinding dungeons, right? You're like, why do I need to do it if everyone else has already did it type of deal? I mean, it definitely gives you like a shit ton of like experience, or maybe not a shit ton of experience, but a good amount, plus those consumables that give you like 20% rested experience. So I'll save those to like when I'm like 35 or higher, or maybe 37 or higher. That's around the time I use them. I did the quest on my main shaman at like 36. I was like, fuck it, I'll go do that. Kind of getting a little bit sick and tired of dungeon spamming. Yeah. Got that SM down memorized. Normally there's like locks selling ports for this, but I was like, I'm not paying you guys a single cent. I'll walk the whole way for this quest. It was more bearable on the shaman because Ghost Wolf. I don't exactly want to unboon for Black Fathom because then I'll be like using some of the Gnomer buff on this guy. Probably want to like unboon once I'm doing some dungeons. Alright, can I survive like right here? Ugh. Alright. So your wife works at the daycare, so eventually when your newborn is in daycare, your wife's basically getting paid to look after her own kid, huh? Work smart, not hard. Then you'd also be saving on like a babysitter for the kid too, because like the kid would basically go to work with her, right? Yeah. The only thing is I don't think I have the fight path for Stone Talon on this character. So I'm gonna have to like do another Shoelace Express from Crossroads here. I don't got it. Alright, that's another 10-minute walk. Ah, okay. No loophole for you guys, I guess. And you said you live in Sweden, right? Or was it Switzerland? Sweden, okay. That's the neutral country, right? That normally doesn't get involved in wars? Or am I thinking of Switzerland? I mixed those two up. Okay. So I guess you know how to speak Swedish, right? Isn't Guzu Swedish? Yeah, most of you people from Europe are pretty damn smart because like most of you guys like know at least 2 languages, like English being like your second language. Like even I don't really I've learned a little French. I think I took a French class in high school. It was supposed to be for like beginners, but then like once we got to like week 2 or something, the teacher was like, all right, so since you guys all learned this in elementary, I'm like, I'm Native American. We didn't learn French in the school I was at. We learned Ojibwe. Like even Ojibwe, I'm like I have no use for that language. Like that's a dying language that I don't need to learn. Like to speak to other Native Americans who already know English, like it's kind of pointless to me. I used to be kind of fluent when I was a kid in Ojibwe, but I don't need that language right now. I mean, I know like a little bit of Japanese here and there from like just being a weeb watching anime. That's definitely one I would want to learn because I feel one of these days I feel like I would want to go to like Japan, get some authentic ramen. Once you have like an actual bowl of ramen, like having like the noodles in a cup just ain't the same. There's like no ramen shops nearby me, so yeah. And I bought like this machine where I can make my own like homemade ramen noodles, but then I need all these other things. I need to like find an Asian market, which there's like no Asian markets around me to like get all these things for toppings and shit. I know how to do the ramen eggs, so that's what got me into eggs. I wasn't an egg person. I didn't like eating eggs. I was fussy like that until I had it with ramen. Okay. France is just like Montreal, where if Montreal is here in Canada, it's like one of the provinces, and like those guys are like elitist dudes. They're like, no, we don't speak English. You must learn French if you're gonna come here, type of deal. It's like, ugh. They're like, we don't want to be a part of Canada. It's like, we don't want you in Canada either. Pretentious fucking French people. Meanwhile, I've got like a French last name, but it's honestly a slave name. Because back in the day, what you calls it, when the settlers were coming into North America, and somewhere in my family line, they could not fucking pronounce our last name, so they just assigned us a last name. It was like something they knew, so yeah, I got a French last name. Even though I'm not French. My god, this walk. And then I think I'm gonna have to go into Desolus at some point for like a rune in this kind of area or whatever. Talk to a goblin. I feel like every class has a quest there in Desolus. So did you get your boomkin to 40? I'm assuming you did. I remember when you were asking, when I was leveling, you had like a 35 shaman and a 37 boomkin. I'd imagine you've got both of them at 40 now, right? Nice. You enjoying the boomkin? Not enjoying the boomkin, huh? Why? Is it because like it also has, they make you play like Restokin, where you got to do like half healing, half boomy? Oh, how you liking Bear? Okay. Yeah, if I were to play Druid, I prefer playing as Feral Cat. Like, when I first, like, was interested in Druid, it was because of a Soda Pop, and that guy was, like, a badass Feral Druid back in, like, Mr. Pandaria, and back in those days. What you calls it? It was really good in PvP. Like you could almost 1v1 everyone as Feral if you played it right and scummy enough. A lot of running behind pillars and shit. And you get like instant cast cyclones. That was probably the funnest I had. That and like Windwalker Monk. You could like 1v2 people on both those classes. Back when he'd go like, Pya! Like as if he had ticks. But I guess he stopped doing it. Plus he was an amusing streamer to watch as well. Like I didn't really catch a lot of his live streams. I mainly like watched his YouTube videos. I haven't seen him or watched much of his stuff recently. Besides like in hardcore when he made everyone like get their fursonas and like it was like a furry guild. And he was basically raid lead with all the streamers. I don't think I'd ever play hardcore again. Like, I've experienced it once of like making my shaman tank get to level 60 without dying. Like, then I died to a dumbass thing like walking off a zeppelin. It was very stressful to play hardcore, so I could say I've done it at least once. Add that to my shaman tank resume. Yeah, most of these guys, these old-timer streamers from like 10 years ago, they're like all millionaires now. I don't know about Mitch Jones though. Yeah, I'm gonna pick up the flight path then. I gotta go like somewhere up there to go up the mountain path thing that I didn't know was there until I did this quest. I don't know if Mitch Jones is a millionaire, but he does like all these giveaways where he's like giving away $200 gift cards every like few hours or so. I've caught some of his streams to try and win those. I think it's like an Amazon gift card or something that he does giveaways for. When I was on Twitch, that's how I would get a hella amount of like I was able to get my subscribe button like in my first month on Twitch to get a affiliate. But how I did that was like I was doing like hourly giveaways. I used to play old school RuneScape and I was like a millionaire on that game. Like I PVM'd and shit, so I would do like a 1 mil giveaway. And whoever won, I would like I set up this program that would randomly pick someone from the chat type of deal. And then yeah, that used to be something I do so commonly was giveaways, but just for like in-game gold type of deal. But I wouldn't be able to do that nowadays here. I'm not really good at making gold on World of Warcraft Classic. I don't really play the auctioneers as much. Remember back in the day how I made gold was like in retail I would on my hunter I would solo all these raids and you'd get like a shit ton of gold from each boss you killed. Like I'd be soloing like all the Dragon Soul or Cataclysm raids and like Wrath raids and shit. I was like for like the longest time I was able to play WoW for free from just like gold farming, and I would do that like on 10 characters. I don't know if I can do that nowadays. I'm pretty sure it was nerfed. So yeah, now I've just been buying my subs with actual cash. Alright, I think it's like somewhere up here. Yeah, right here. I think. No. Around the corner here, yeah, this rings a bell.
I think his Twitch deal was mined a couple of years ago, and he went to get a deal around 5 mil USD for 5-year contract, 40 hours streams a week.
For Soda Poppin' or Mitch Jones? Yeah, I used to be on Twitch for like a good 2 or 3 years, something like that, but I wasn't a WoW streamer at that point. I was streaming old school RuneScape. But in that 3 years, I finally did make I got my first paycheck from Twitch, which wasn't a paycheck, they PayPal'd me it, but it was through 3 years of ad revenue. You need to make at least $100 minimal before Twitch sends you any kind of payment. So yeah, I didn't really get enough subs to like make that happen. It was more or less just streaming almost every day and like people getting ads, and eventually enough of those ads added up to like $100. So I got that. So technically, I'm like a professional streamer, but I've lowered the standards for streaming on YouTube because I don't think I get anything from like YouTube from streaming actually. Not until I have like 1,000 subscribers, but I don't even think streams bring in the cash through YouTube. I think it's from like YouTube videos. I gotta click something here, yeah? This thing. I'll take the shovel. Pya, use the shovel chance. Alright, and then like over here. No. Over here. Why did I get Bannerinoed? Actually at that point I did start to start streaming on Twitch. And yeah, said the N-word. But like I was getting like hate watched by like hella amounts of people because like people already didn't like me in game for like being a shaman, tank, and a streamer. They're like, we can't have that. So yeah, I'd get like a bunch of like hate watchers and shit, people talking shit. So you know, I'm normally drunk on stream. So yeah, I've let an N-word slip, and they're like, oh, this is our chance for us to all like report his stream and shit. I mean, I've gotten 3 different like bans on there. 2 were for the N-word. 1 was like I didn't have a shirt on. It was like a hot summer day, and like fucking see all these other guys streamers who don't wear a shirt and they don't have any fucking problems. But no, if you're a small streamer, nope, you can't get away with that shit. All right, so wetlands. Another, this is gonna be like 20 minutes to 30 minutes probably altogether of me traveling there. I think I have Terran Mill, but I still I need to go through Arathi, then I need to go through Loch Medan to get to wetlands. Or no, it's in Loch Medan, right? Yeah. Wetlands, Loch Medan, yeah. It's like right here. I think that's where all the warlocks sell summon to, actually, is that part. What, you dropped an N-bomb too? What did you stream when you used to stream on Twitch? Like WoW? Because I noticed, I think you're banned too, because when you donated to me like last month or something on my PayPal, it was from a Twitch thing. So I was like, I used to have my thing set up for Twitch, where it wouldn't show my real name, it would just show like my Twitch username. I think I did the same thing, but updated it to like YouTube for my YouTube channel name. So that way, like when someone donos, it doesn't like dox me where they can see my real name type of deal. What is this? Oh. I should probably find a priest to like rebuff me here before I let these fall off. I'm gonna need them for like rune hunting. There's probably like one priest I could find in Org here. Super People. I don't think I've heard of that game. Oh, you read a message someone sent you? Ah. Did you not know it was a bad word before you read it? Because, I mean, English is like your second language, right? I wouldn't blame you. Mine was more intentional and like, rage-fueled. It was in Swedish. Oh, okay. So have you killed all the bosses in Nomergon yet? I finally folded and joined a guild on my my main shaman tank because it's like it's a pain in the ass to try and like pug, like forming your own group takes forever, and then like almost no one wants a damn tank. They all want ranged, and then whenever I try and make my own group, I can't fucking get a healer for the life of me. Alright, are you a priest? Hold on. Wait. Caps. Can you help me rebuff priest buffs? Unless he's already taken the flight path. Is he up here? Yeah, he's out of here.
Pugged it twice, 6 out of 6. 3 times, 5 out of 6 is a tank.
Nice. Last night was my second time killing Menagerie as a tank. First time I tanked the squirrel and chicken, I believe. Yeah, those two. And then last night I tanked the dragon. Or I need a priest here. You look like, no, you're a mage. Priestess. Hey. Yo. Don't be AFK, come on. Okay. Alright, he knows. Do I, homie? Call me Marge, cause I love you, homie. So those times you did 6 out of 6, wait, or you haven't tanked the 6 boss yet is what you're saying here? I was gonna ask if you use fire protection potions for first phase, or like that's what my guildies were saying last night. But I thought you kind of want to save the cooldown for free action potion for phase 2, the ice phase. Unless I like pre-pot like way in advance before we pull, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I think I just wasn't kiting properly because when I looked up a guide, it says run in a straight line from it. I think I was like trying to strafe, so maybe I wasn't going in a quite a straight enough line there. But yeah, I kind of like got melted. Or I guess we're supposed to do a tank swap when I have like 10 stacks, something like that. We only did like 1 or 2 pulls, so I think we could have got it, but like every single time people got to fucking leave. Like they don't got time for a 3-hour raid or even 2 hours. I feel like that's how long we were in there for. Like, if that's the case, like maybe we should just like raid earlier. So we got that 3 hours at least. Yeah, that one time the priest wasn't using penance, he was using Circle of Healing. I think I have the Hillsbrad foothills on this guy, maybe? Let's see. Do I have like any of this discovered? Nope. Alright, so we're doing a walk from the Sepulchre through Hillsbrad, through Arathi, through wetlands to get here. This is gonna be like a fun half-hour walk. I refuse to buy the summon. Actually, I could afford to. I need the flight pass anyways. I'll get kill 2 birds with 1 stone. They're elite charcoal filtered. Mainly anything with a charcoal filter I'll smoke. It's like, otherwise my throat gets hella dry. Coughing more often than I normally am. Alright, I gotta close this window. It's actually starting to get chilly in here. An hour ago I was complaining it's too fucking hot in here. Maybe I should go into Arathi Basin. I don't know. Actually, I think I need to be level 30 or higher to do that. I could go into Warsong Gulch and bully people, but probably too late for that with the Power Word Death nerf. Or Shadow Word. I have like a lighter brand of that. Yeah, this is the light version. Get another video we can listen to in the background here. Oh, Preach actually got it.
Oh, ballers! I've got my raid shirt on because the raid.
Yeah, I was faster at getting 40 than most of these YouTubers, but they definitely killed, which calls it Nomer faster than me.
I actually set aside 2 hours to go and do the raid, considering like the animal boss, the mechanical animal boss was a little tough. That was definitely questionable. I was like, okay, they're probably going to turn up the ante for the last boss, or we're going to have like a Black Fathom Deeps approach, where the last boss is kind of meh compared to the second to last boss. But Blizzard usually self-corrects.
Well, at least listen to it.
Oh, okay, the last boss is kind of disappointing. Let's up the ante. This turned into a learning fiesta, and good God, does this boss hit hard, which is not great when you're doing.
I should probably be using Iron Shield
pop. And you're the tank, because a lot of pressure
pre-pop that, I guess.
You're co-tank, and you're like, I think the healers.
But I guess I'm not meant to. I'm not meant to actually solo tank that.
I think the healers actually hate me, but. I guess this is a good point for people who are like worried about tanking. Thankfully, I do have 20 years experience tanking pretty much. How do you cope with this? Well, you utilize every resource in the toolkit. That's what you do. You have to start digging deep into abandoning.
Right around here is where I died on my shaman tank on hardcore, like right next to that tree there.
Really
I did like a sidewalk off the Zeppelin.
Somebody who is doing tons of preparation before you get into raiding. Like, you're getting every scrap of armor, item,
After that, everyone starts
reputation,
showing up
whatever
in the
it might
stream
be,
after
before
I'm
you take
dead.
steps into raiding. And for a lot of you listening to
I
this,
remember
who've
that
been a part
stream.
of my
There was like at
community
least
for a while,
8
you'll
or
probably
9
think,
people that
why
came
would
into the
anybody
stream.
do that? And you're
I'm just
right,
kind of
I'm in that
talking
camp as
after
well.
I
I
died.
don't see the point because you can completely outplay in most games difficulty. The better you play, the less difficulty the game is. And this has been a big problem for Blizzard for a long time, and why now in retail, everything murders you really quickly once you reach to the mythic level, because these guys tend to not take the extra incidental damage that they shouldn't take. Therefore, the healing requirements of the healers at the higher level is less than what it is at the lower levels. Which makes no sense, right? It's counterintuitive, but it is the nature of the game. When people play worse, they take more damage, they do less damage, etc., etc., etc. And the fights are longer, they're more difficult, and so on and so forth. Thermoplug. Let's talk about the boss first of all before we get into anything. This fight is really long, and we didn't know. Remember, we're raiding blind. None of us had any idea what this boss does, and even the people who came in who had done some Noma before us had not done this boss, and I think there was one guy who had done this boss, but as it turned out, after we killed it, and they obviously never ever just tried to suggest anything, and I truly appreciate that. They just kept their mouth shut and kept playing and followed our strategy building. Just said that, yeah, this is not how I did it. We did it in a very different way, with, differently geared and different comps, and a much more, I hate to use the word sweaty because it's so prevalent these days, but a much more min-maxed comp that accomplishes what this boss requires. So the basics were pretty obvious. Spawns bombs, and clicking them deactivates the bomb spawners, and the bombs thankfully had very little HP. I think it was a lovely touch by Blizzard is that essentially one hit would kill them, and that enabled us to do some cool things. The next thing we noticed is just how goddamn hard this boss is. So I was tanking. I'd stayed as arms because
Once I take this flight
it made sense to me to not go full defense out of the wazoo, because one, that's not the conventional wisdom of Classic, and two, everything we've seen so far at Ray Hurts can be outplayed with using shield wall or something like that to block it or to off tank it in some way with a co-tank. We've got around everything, and I honestly felt very useless in some encounters in our first clear, certainly the first 5 bosses or whatever, being prop. It just didn't make any sense. So I came in that way with the idea that I will go and change to Fury later on if it's necessary, because if the primary tank, which is a prop paladin, could do all the threat, then I could just steal that threat, and it's not a big deal. Well, didn't work out that way. So this is, as we now know, this is a 4-phase fight, and it's really long. And interestingly enough, as a warrior, you get extra punished here. I was taught we had me as a warrior and Shrimpsy as another warrior, and we just noticed we don't do any damage to this boss, and it's weird, even with Wind Fury in our group. Why is that? So I now know that this boss has significantly more armor. I think it's multiples the armor of Ragnaros. That's devastating to DPS warriors, because you just don't do any damage, therefore you don't get any rage, so you don't get any rage to do abilities that do more damage. It's a double whammy of getting absolutely screwed on the way this boss is designed. It just has enormous amounts of armor. So even with Wind Fury, I was like, I'm not getting any rage. It's so weird. And I was talking about it with the other group. It's it feels like I'm immune to Wind Fury or something, because I'm just not getting those big bursts of rage that you expect as a warrior with Wind Fury. Is suddenly you go from 5 rage to 70. And if you have the option to spam hamstring in between and just blow rage to proc more Wind Fury to get more rage. And here you just didn't have any rage to do anything. So I was very, very what is going on here? This is weird, super weird. And Shrimpsy felt it too, and I was like, dude, I did no damage there. I don't know what's going on. And it's okay, we found out yeah, this boss has just massive armor. Okay, but that's the nature of the beast. I'm not going to complain about it. It's just something we noticed. First trouble we had is, wow, our tanks are dying immediately, and I felt really bad for our healers. I was like, what could I do here? And the big problem was phase 1 just puts out so much magical damage onto the tank. It's all fire-based. So it's okay, do we use fire-resist aura? Do we need to go and get fire potions, which are gratuitously expensive, in order to survive this? And my raid brain kicked in. If we're taking so much damage, and this I'm going to talk a bit through how progress should work in your brain if you do get to raid blind, is that if we're taking insurmountable amounts of damage, like looking at the details damage meter, damage taken meter, it's like we were like taking thousands and thousands of damage. You're doing something wrong, right? That's generally my first go-to before I relent and like, okay, we just have to heal through this. Is if we're taking massive, massive amounts of damage, like it's just ridiculous to the point where the healers can't keep up. My instinct is not we need more healers or we need more tanks. It's that we're doing something wrong. And I'm going to try different things to get around the problem before we start making changes. So the first thing that we dealt with was the breath. The breath was just like stacking so much of the fire dot. And it's like, okay, what can we do about this breath? So the first question was, can we taunt swap the breath? Blizzard, you tricky, tricky little rats, have put in a mechanic that if you taunt during the breaths, because the idea was something we would do in retail very regularly, is one tank would take like half the mechanic or the first part of the mechanic, and then the other tank taunts midway and takes the other half or the second piece of the mechanic. And therefore you divide the damage up. If you taunt during that breath, it will actually choose the third or fourth person on the threat meter to chase, in which case it's always going to be like a melee or a ranged and breathe all over the raid. I've never seen that before. I'd be curious, and I need to talk to Mirez. Has he ever seen this happen? Where they intentionally make it so if you taunt during this mechanic, it will choose somebody else on the threat meter. It was really bizarre, like, to be like, what the hell is going on? Like, it didn't matter if I taunted or the other person taunted. It would chase a rogue, or it would chase a mage, and be like, what? What is going on here? It was so weird. But either way, that's not an option, right? That's not an option. That's not the way it can go. So it's like, okay, what else can we do? Can we move the boss? Well, or is the boss stationary during this? No, he keeps walking. Can we outrange it? Because he has a wind-up time. All right, let's try that. And that worked. You could do it without taking any of the stacks. So that cut out like 12 or 13 stacks of this fire dot is just running. Then the next question comes. How do we kite this in an appropriate way for the melee? Because he also does this massive punch at the end, which is like a frontal, or it's just circled around the tank. And you don't want the melee to get hit by it because the tanks are going to take still a ton of damage. So you don't want any of the DPS to take any damage. You want the healers to be able to focus entirely on the tanks, right? So now the kite path needs to be sorted. And we did like 4 or 5 different kite paths. But you have to min-max as well. We need to get out of this phase because we figured out after a couple of scuff pulls, it's like, oh, at 50% the phase changes to something else. So we only need to get to 50%, right? Okay, so how do we do this in a different way? And I came up with a number of different kite paths. Like, I personally liked just circling around the bottom, but that made it a little difficult for the people clicking the buttons at the far end to stay in range, but it should be temporary, because what I wanted to do was horseshoe it, so that I could kite the boss and then come back. And I even intermixed some intervene into this to make it nicer, so I could like go one way and then quickly shoot to the other side and then come back. Which was okay. That worked out all right. Ultimately, we kind of settled on just muddling through as best you can. Don't take the damage. But then my brain started to change my approach to this because the next phase was the frost phase. And it could be dispelled off the main tank. Okay, the frost debuff, which means we don't really need to tank swap here. And you can keep the boss stationary, which gives it in the right position for everybody to zerg it. And then because we had a prop paladin, we very quickly hit the third phase, which was the toxic phase. And that can be dispelled by the prop paladin as well, because it applies a stacking debuff of disease damage taken. But the prop paladin can dispel that as well, and there's no kiting required, which then means that the boss can be stationary and zerged again. Okay, and then it came down to managing the bombs, and our bomb team was doing really well. At that point, my brain was like, I'm useless again. Because I do the least threat, for sure. I had to, at this point, we were like getting so hammered, even without the fire damage, that both me and the paladin went full protection. That armor buff, a slightly more defense, because we don't have the defense cap. All those, and having last stand, slightly better, slightly longer block, although the block talent is garbage. But more threat as well. Was really, really useful, is like to do these things. But now, instead of being like arms and being able to swap to my two-hander, we're still struggling. And on occasion, the tank still died. So I was like, I think I go DPS and become a debuff machine. That was my primary role. So my goal is Sunder's, Demoralizing Shout, and Thunderclap. Just keep those on the boss, because anything that reduces the damage of the boss is insurmountably a good idea, because this boss absolutely wrecks. Even without all the damage buffs, his straight melee was hitting for 700, which in a world where you have 2.5k HP and heals take a long time to land in Classic, that's a lot of damage. So it was really rough. I then went prop, because what would happen is, even with best intentions, a couple of nasty swings, then the pally would die, and therefore I would have to take over, and being prop was just better there. Or, like, so the kiting path would go wrong, we need to do a tank swap anyway, so it made sense. But then when we got a good pull, I felt useless again. We had the strategy, though, and we'd never seen past phase 3. And my gut feeling was this fight ends at phase 3. But the fact that it finishes at 50% means there's probably another phase. So I was like, okay, I think we're going to get a phase 4 here. Which, through all instincts, is it's probably all of the things mixed together. That's a classic Blizzard maneuver, is you fight all the individuals, and then you fight them all mixed together. Hopefully, I was really hoping it wasn't like 2 robots or 3 robots. That would have been really bad. So we got to work on this, and we were there for about 3 hours. This was a tough fight to muddle out and get right, and the sheer output required of certainly the healing team and the DPS to maintain focus, and just hoping and praying. There were so many times fighting this, I was just sitting on like 10% HP, and I was like, Jesus, take the wheel. At this point, there's nothing else I can do. I've put on runes to slow down his attacks. Like, I use Furious Thunder runes, which I don't think I've ever recommended, but like, this is a good idea. An extra 6% delayed melee attack speed on this boss is huge. Doing that was a really big deal. So we mixed all these things together. On the actual pull, it was kind of fun. So on the first one, I did help tank. I was going second because of threat issues, just to make sure the threat was as good as it could be for the DPSs. Because, like I said, I think this is a one-tank fight probably going forward, like with slightly more gear upgrades, because the quicker you get out of the phases, the just less damage you have to deal with. You can reduce your damage quite a lot. You just got to be able to survive the melees. So I think going forward, this is a one-tank fight. Phase 1 worked together really good. Then phase 2 and 3, I was like getting really frustrated. This is on the kill. I'm getting really frustrated because there ain't much I could do. One, I'm barely generating rage because of the armor. And I'm struggling to just keep up Sunders, keep up Demo Shout, and keep up Thunderclap so our DPS warrior can just zerg, zerg, zerg. And then it got to phase 4. We actually transitioned it. And I was like, okay, we're going into phase 4. Everyone stay cool. We don't know what it's going to be. It's probably something with the bombs. Stay on bomb duty. And we got started. And about 10 seconds in, I noticed his health was melting away. Like, the HP in the final phase was probably the same as 100 to 50, but spread out from 100 to 0. So he was dying really quickly. So I was like, okay, everybody just do your jobs. He is mixing all the mechanics together. That's fine. We've dealt with them all. Just make sure the bombs don't become a problem, because they're going to be intermingling. We're going to have frost patches, which can freeze people. We're going to have toxic patches and fire patches. Just keep doing the bombs and stay settled while we just keep the boss doing as little damage as possible. Healers still had some mana. And then right about 50%, our main tank died. I was there. Finally, my prots kicked in because I taunted immediately, got him into position, and then it was like, okay, I have good cooldowns here. This is fine. So as soon as he started pummeling me, and I drenched like 20%, I was like, right, last stand out the back of this. This bought us some time. A second, and this totally, for me, was a nostalgia trip, because it harkened back to how we raided in the Burning Crusade, and specifically in Sunwell, where you chained your cooldowns really back to back. So it was like, last stand falls off. Hold for a sec. See when you're getting to like 50%, and then you shield wall off the back of that. And all the time, the health is just going down and down and down. And then it got to like 10% as my cooldowns ran out. I was like, guys, I've given it everything I possibly have here. Kill the goddamn boss. And thankfully, Saints be praised, this was the first time he started casting Furnace, which is the kite ability. I was so happy because I don't take damage during that phase. I was like, we're kiting. And I was like running around. I was like, we're good. We're totally good. He doesn't hurt me during this mechanic. It's so fine. I can run and do the thing as we brought him down. And I have to say, what a great boss. What an absolutely great boss. Like, it's got some quirks. The armor thing is very annoying, certainly as a warrior. But ultimately, I really like this. It was an epic encounter. A really nice epic encounter. And I'm so, so glad. And I'm really happy to see that the team as a whole was so happy to do it blind. Like, they were so happy to, like, work through this. And the good feedback we got is, like, I now understand more of these fights than I've probably ever understood a fight in the past, because you read a guide, you generally take away from it like tips for DPS, tips for tanks. You get your piece of the puzzle, whereas when you blind prog, everybody's talking amongst each other. Like, there was lots of ideas of like, maybe we ignore a bit of the bombs because they're so easy to kill, so we can put more damage elsewhere, or we don't need to rush too much to get back to click because we had to do a buddy system. Maybe we change the buddy system around a little bit because like our feral druid is struggling to get here, but now we're out of range with the kiting path. So which kiting path do you guys prefer? Like working backwards and forwards to solve all the pieces of the puzzle, and we only missed out, I think. We didn't miss out on any of the mechanics of this fight, I don't think. I think we sussed them all out on this one. And it came to a great conclusion. I also think, and that on Wednesday when it resets, I think we clear this place in like, probably, my guess is one-shot everything up until the last boss and probably a couple of wipes on the last boss. Purely due to like, what gear did we get that week and are the tanks sustainable to survive the melees. Because I would really like to do the one-tank strat and just smash this boss. Just absolutely crush him into the floor, because I think that's where this boss is going. It might not be this reset, but certainly by next reset for our team, who's just done their first clear. But massive shout-outs to the guys, and a really nice conclusion to what will be our daily content on SoD. That's mean I'm not done with Season of Discovery, in fact, played last night, but I'm done in terms of like stream content and sort of things to learn. I'm going to put together like a bigger overall thoughts, which will probably be over on the main channel, but for now, that's where we're at. Raid's done. I still haven't done STV, but it is petering down. There isn't that great of rewards for me from there. My goal with SOD now is just to finish. I want to gear up this character so he's primo for Season 3. I want to have some gold in reserve, and I want to finish my professions now, because like I said yesterday, you can do it in these chunks, and then you can relax on it a little bit. It's not hard to do like a little bit of herbalism, a little bit of alchemy. That bit can be just done and dusted. So I'm going to get that stuff done so that I'm not stressed when we get to like, I'm thinking of like Phase 4. Yeah, Phase 4, where like getting the epic mount, because you get so much gold now from doing a few quests that logging in for an hour whenever you have some free time and doing a few quests is going to tick you up to several hundred gold relatively quickly, and then you can do the same again in Phase 3, and you should have more than 1,000 gold before Phase 4 even launches. So that would make me really comfy, really happy, and I've got to be honest, I'm really enjoying doing a little bit of prog raiding in WoW without the stress of it being like weeks and weeks of mythic progress. And now with this well-designed raid, which is like, learn it and you can farm it, we should be Gucci. So that's my plan. So for daily up content, that's it. I'm really happy with what Blizzard has done with this Season of Discovery stuff. The TLDR, my overall thoughts, is the only thing letting this down is the classic leveling experience. We just did classic. We've done classic TBC. We've done classic Wrath of the Lich King. We've done classic hardcore. It's just, at least from my perspective, that classic leveling experience, again, is just not fun and really takes the shine off SOD, because the really fun stuff is getting the new runes, it's doing the raiding, it's doing the new events, it's all that kind of stuff is the really fun, interesting part. The first few days of sitting in Scarlet Monastery or trying to claim quest mobs amongst the hundreds and thousands of people that are playing SOD is just not fun, and really took the shine off it for the start. It gets good at the end, but goddamn, that beginning bit is rubbish. And now it's a meta. 40 to 50 is the next Zerg. I am personally preparing for dungeon spam day one. Like, right now, my thoughts are, I'm just going to have a bunch of quests to turn in the second Season 3 launches to try and get a level or a level and a bit without even doing anything, because I can bank all the quests. And then probably sit in Zul'Farrak and get level 50 out of the way so I can actually enjoy it. And that's not a good feeling, but it is what makes the most sense. Alright, so for SOD, I'm out for now. Bye, guys. Holla ballers! And oh boy, it started getting really fun. I am amazed. I'm amazed at what Season of Discovery has done with its runes and relics to actually completely change the playstyle of how this works to a much more modern era, despite the fact you only have like 4 buttons. But if you do those buttons wrong, you're screwed. Do them right, and you are dominant. And I've got to admit, there was a part of me that reawoke. A part of me that has been slumbering like a beast in a cave for so long. Like something that was left and buried. Like, don't go back in there. And it reawoke, and it was the min-max side of me. I haven't had to do it in a while. I haven't had to do it. There are certain combinations, certainly when raiding like Final Fantasy XIV, that you do. It's like, okay, this is how you utilize these spells. And it's kind of a rhythm to it. And obviously those fights are much more dancey. So it's like, this is when we do this. This is when we do this. This is when we do this. And just patterns form. But there's like gaps in between where you're just filling with basic DPS spells. Certainly as I play a healer over there. That is the routine that I've been in for quite some time. Guild Wars 2 is also kind of a strict pattern that you want to follow. You follow a certain amount of abilities, and then you swap, and you use a set of other abilities while certain things recharge, and then you swap back, and you keep going, and it has a very ABC type of flow to it. Warrior, if played correctly, I think I'm playing it correctly. You got to bear in mind, I'm doing this off what feels correct, and it's definitely reflected in the damage meters. And so it feels correct, and it feels like how I would play it. So let's get into it a little bit, so I can give you some details on this. So, obviously, we've abandoned questing. It's just too ridiculous. One thing I tried to do at the start of the day was, Bone Biter, because I checked the BIST list, right? Because it's World of Warcraft, of course I did. The BIST list is like, yeah, Whirlwind Axe, not that great, actually. And I was shocked. I was like, surely it's like Whirlwind Axe, if I was to guess, Whirlwind Axe into whatever the raid weapon is. Nope, wrong. It's not even in the top 7. Like, it's like, oh, Jesus Christ, where's Whirlwind Axe? If they missed it off the list, like, dude, Whirlwind Axe is incredible at level 30. But at level 40, it's not the play. In fact, the Scarlet Monastery quest for Bone Biter is way, way better than the Whirlwind Axe. And then there's quite a number of other options that are even above that. Like there's some epic world drops and things like that. There's a Stranglethorn Veil event for an epic two-hander, which I haven't investigated yet. And then there's the raid weapon. So I was like, well, Bone Biter's just a Scarlet Monastery quest, and we're going to be doing Scarlet Monastery. So, duh, right? Let's go and get Bone Biter, and then we've pretty much got like a BIST weapon that we can be utilizing to speed up the whole process of getting to level 40. We were starting the day at level 35, so that made sense to me. So I was like, okay, Wowhead, where do we get this quest? And it was like, okay, you need to go to Desolus. Again, put my stick on my back, get my knapsack, and we're on a journey down to Desolus. And then I got down there, and the quest was go and kill 30 undead Ravagers in the dead south of the zone. Which, of course, was miles away from Nigel's Point, which is where you are in Desolus. And I was like, of course, it's miles away. No problem. All right, we're going on a journey down there. The stupid thing was, Desolus was desolate. Ironically, there was nobody around. There was mobs everywhere. I was killing mobs as I was going down there. And I was like, oh, cool. Nobody's really buggering about in Desolus. Not a big deal to kill 30 mobs. And in fact, another warrior came with me. So I was like, all right, it's a pair of us. Pretty good. We can farm up the area nice and quick and be on our way, depending on spawns. Got down there, absolutely loaded with people. Utterly ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. All doing the Scarlet Monastery quest, obviously. But got down there and it was like, okay, we can't tag anything here for like 6 minutes. And I think we were there for 25 minutes and had done like 7 mobs. I was like, this is just a waste of time. It is more efficient, in my point, to go and do Scarlet Monastery without the weapon, because I'm 2 levels off getting the Ravager. Utilize that, because the Ravager is one of the better weapons. Utilize that and then push on, right? Nice and easy. So I was like, okay, that's probably the play. Let's abandon ship on this. I was like, okay, let's go to Scarlet Monastery. Got a group together, started smashing Armory. One thing I noticed pretty quickly is that Armory is really bad for experience, but it does house all of the warrior loots that you want. You need a lot of loot out there. You need a Ravager, you need the helmet, the Berserker helmet, you need the Herod shoulder, which isn't BIS, but it's very good. And you also really want the Scarlet leggings, which are pre-raid BIS, but they're a rare drop that can come from either Armory or from Cathedral. So I was like, okay, we need like 4 items. Our group, 4 plate wearers, and a mage. I have to say here, though, blessed be Blizzard for putting the Warlock Closet into the game, because god damn it, man. Like, Scarlet Monastery is so far away from anywhere convenient for the Alliance. It's actually embarrassing how bad it is. But god bless Blizzard, because now we've got, like, some people who have Warlock alts logged out there to summon the guild. when they're doing Scarlet Monastery runs, because everybody's in Scarlet Monastery. There's hundreds of people there. There must be so many instances being run, because you can't quest. Like, in many of the areas, you just can't quest. There's too many people, and the game just doesn't support the flood of people, because we're not spacing out from 0 to 60. Everybody's bunched in one area. So it's a definite problem. So we got there, started doing armory. It's like 15% of XP a run, which is really bad, right? That's really bad.
I mean,
like
you're not a shaman tank.
Like, okay, but we need a lot of
Fuck,
loot.
I destroyed the hell
I
out of
need
that
4
dungeon
items.
as shaman
Our
tank.
prop paladin needed 4 items. Our other warrior also needed 4 items. And the holy paladin, though, who came with us, really nice, Rankana, wasn't interested in any of the loot, really. Was there to, she came along to just help out, and if there's some loot, she'll grab it. But other than that, she's pure healer, so it's more like cloth gear, you know what I mean? So off we went. Herod, what a fella. What a fella. What an absolute fella. In all the runs we did, we got everybody their loot except Scarlet Leggings, because they never dropped. And they are a rare drop, so it's not surprising. We had 1 wasted kill where we got an extra Ravager. That's it. What an absolute Chad. He went like helmet, shoulder, Ravager, Ravager, helmet, Ravager, shoulder, shoulder, helmet. Everybody got everything. So it got to the point where I'd hit 37. And I gotta say, what fun when we both had the Ravager. So we had double warriors with Ravagers just spinning and Beyblading everything. And then it dawned on me that this is where the min-maxy side of me rose up, because I was like, this is actually less damage than I thought it was going to be. And then it starts to come into target caps and things like that. I was like, I think, looking at what I'm seeing, the Ravager is a DPS downgrade at like, unless there's 4 mobs plus, in which case it's definitely a DPS upgrade because it shreds everything. Or it's 3 mobs and you've just entered a flagellation window, in which case it's probably worth. But other than that, the Ravager stops you getting white damage, so your rage generation drops out, and it desyncs your spells, which is actually a big part of playing warrior. And all this, you can hear it, can't you? You can hear it. All this came back. This is how we push maximum damage. And I've got to admit, I liked it. I did. I enjoyed it. I was like analyzing which way we want to do it, which order of spells. Okay, we can put a gap in here. Okay, we can extend the flagellation window, but we don't actually want to do that in certain occasions. But I can't do... I was almost like making the guide for myself like I would have done all those years ago. It's like, okay, so you want to make a choice here, because it's not... It reminded me of the old guides I used to watch, where it's like, if this happens... Like, people like simple answers, right? Certainly in World of Warcraft. If it's 3+, you do this. But that's not quite true, because it's like, it's 3+ if you do this, but also this condition is met. Otherwise, it's this, but this condition's not met, so you don't want to do that. And maybe the situation changes, so you want to adapt on the fly. So the first thing you want to do is make a cancel or a blade storm macro. You can cancel it with any ability, but I want the control on 1 finger, so I can then make decisions out of that. It also depends when your cooldowns are coming back, because you might be you're missing out on flagellation windows, which is a 25% damage increase. So you want to utilize that. Also, Sweeping Strike is back, so you want to time your Sweeping Strikes exactly with Berserker Rage, because Sweeping Strikes is a 1-minute cooldown. Berserker Rage are 30-second cooldown, and that mixes exactly with the cooldown of Berserker Rage, but you can squeeze another one in, and all this came back. And I was like, oh my god, this is really fun. And when it paid off, warriors shone. They shone so brightly, so brightly. The only thing that destroyed us was a mage going ham, which is expected. A mage going ham is just ludicrous, exceptional fun. But overall XP gain's not great. Spent most of the day in armory, getting it done, swapping a couple of people out. We took a little break at 36 to go and get Whirlwind, because it was like, Whirlwind's just going to be way better. And other people had leveled up, so they were going to get new spells. So it was like, right, let's take a break, go and get new spells, and then come back. So we did that, and also did the raid as well, I think. I'm not sure if we did the raid yesterday. I actually can't remember. BFD has become a bit of a blur, because you can just smash through it, but didn't get anything out of that, really. And then came back. So once we got all the loot, because Herod was being really nice to us, I was like, we should probably go try out Cathedral and see if it's the same. Because right now, this is kind of also becoming inefficient. We're just not gaining enough XP. Despite the mobs are yellow, it's taking too long, and ultimately, there's just not enough experience in the dungeon without... We're not strong enough to pull the whole dungeon, and it'd be much more technical than what we're doing now to do that. So we went to Cathedral, which was 25% of a level, if not more, like 25 to 30. And I was like, okay, this is what we're doing tomorrow. This is what we're doing. So as I finished up the stream, I discovered a couple of new things that I've not had been able to play with because my time in Classic was very short-lived. Once it hit into the, oh, now I'm just... the original Classic I'm talking about. When it got to, oh, I'm just playing Classic now, because we were, like, clearing Molten Core and whatever, I was like, that's not what I want from this. I wanted a nice nostalgia blast. I wanted to have fun. I'm not particularly interested in, like, farming this week on week. So that's when I dropped out. So I missed out on a number of things. And one of them was the world buff situation. Because they put an item in the game, and rightfully so, because world buffs are really cool and really fun, and they didn't want to remove them. But people were obviously being a bit more intense about Classic than Blizzard expected. But also just wanted to have fun and be super strong when raiding. Nothing wrong with that. So they put the... I forget the name of it, but it's an item that like sucks your world buffs into a container, and then you can reboon yourself later on. You can rebuff yourself later on whenever you do it, so you're not wasting them. So I was like, I might take advantage of this then. So because I was in Ironforge and I happened to get the buff from Gnome American, whatever you want to call it. Everyone has a different name for some reason. So I was like, oh, I'm going to do this. So I went to the reagent vendor and I sucked the buff in, and I was like, I wonder if I can go and get the other one from Black Fathom Deeps from Darnassus. So I went over to Darnassus. This is while I was off stream, so I was just flying around and doing other things with my real life while these ridiculous travel times were underway, and got it. So I like uncorked my thing to give me both buffs, and then I saw it had like a 1 hour cooldown, and I was like, uh-oh, and I didn't realize that you could suck them back in, you just can't rebuff yourself. And then I got told, hey, there's also another buff you can get from Darkmoon Fair, which just gives you 10% melee damage. So I was like, wow, those are so many buffs for tomorrow in Cathedral that I would probably cap within the 2 hours I have these buffs. And I'd have 3 of them, plus some potions. We can really do some big damage and really take some names. So I was like, right, I'll go and do that too. And figured that out. What a great system. I like this. I'm like genuinely excited to play my next session because I'll have all these big buffs. I'll be like a monster in there. And that's really cool. It's basically like raiding. Loved that aspect of it. While all this was going on, the warrior whispered me at night. It was like, hey, I'm going to go and finish off the Bonebiter questline. Do you want to do that? I was like, I do want to do it. I need to do it because it's a great weapon. Let's go check it out. And it was pretty dead because it was later at night in the EU. So went down there and cleared that up as well. So next day, the next time I play, I'm so excited. I'm going to uncork, have all these world buffs, get the Bonebiter, which is a semi-bis axe, which I think I actually know is going to be way better than the Ravager in most cases, unless I could do some weapon swapping if we're going to be fighting like massive pulls, because that'll work, but maybe we'll see. And really just tear through places. And my warrior is already rising up the damage ranks really nicely in most scenarios. So I've got to say, it's been a really, really fun, like the fun has got better. The only sadness is, as you're probably getting from all this commentary, I haven't done any discovery yet. I haven't done any. I've got 1 rune, and it's Intervene. I haven't done any of the other runes. You might be like, why haven't you done the runes? At this point, with the way Season of Discovery works, it's better to cap, get the mount, and then go and do all the runes, which is not what the way this should be. And I probably in our final review after we've done the raid, which I'm hoping to do in the next day or so, I'll probably talk a bit more about that, for certainly in preparation for Season 3, as to what they do, because for now, efficiency and leveling dwarfs the discovery aspect, because a lot of the rune min-maxing for DPS has been done, and I don't know if there's new DPS runes in there. I actually have no idea, because I got Intervene, which is a utility spell. Have to wait and see on that. So I have some thoughts, but I want to flesh everything out. I want to do the raid, probably check out STV, and finish off my runes to have the whole picture, because I don't have it yet. But we got 38 yesterday, easily going to cap today, I think, in Cathedral, and then see what goes on. Alright, guys, so I'll be back with you tomorrow. Bye, guys. Hola, ballers and a profits to you all! Season of Discovery 2 is underway, baby! Oh, yes. I was excited for this, because I always look at Season 1 as we're trying something new. This is the strength of Blizzard right now. We've obviously got something huge coming for 10.2.6, or is it huge? We don't know. Pirate Flag. Level agnostic, it looks like. It could be anything. It could suck. I'm trying not to legendary ring it. to figure out what's going on there. It did dawn on me recently, Bex can let me know, and you guys can let me know in the comments, is that many people don't know what it means to be legendary ringed. If you want that story, let me know, and I'll give you context. Anyway, what was I hoping for Season of Discovery 2? One, that Warriors didn't get shafted. There's this general sentiment, because people know Warriors get really, really disgustingly good at level 60, that Blizzard's kind of holding back. They're kind of done. And Season of Discovery, at least in Season 1, focused on the classes and specs that sucked in vanilla, right? Your Ret Paladins, your Ellie Shamans, that kind of things. Your Moonkins, which are destroying right now. And so they put a lot of focus into those, whereas the established classes, or specs, kind of got pushed to the wayside in Season 1. And also, I'll tell you what's really weird, and I wonder if you guys get this vibe as well. When dealing with the different MMO audiences, the mentality and the culture that is fostered in those games is wildly different. Wildly different. And it's really interesting to see when you, certainly as a streamer, when you stream one game, let's say I stream Final Fantasy XIV. Everybody's like memeing on the story, on certain characters, on what they would do, what they wouldn't do. People getting very emotionally involved in those characters, which is understandable because it's such a story-focused game, right? If I stream Guild Wars 2, it's very different. It's focused on like acquiring very rare items, and this is a breadcrumb that leads to something really cool. And it's all about having this knowledge of these very intricate roads that you can go on to acquire extremely rare items that are more visually based. They're not power based particularly, they're visual based, and people being really proud of having these extraordinarily unique items that they get to show off to other people. When it comes to World of Warcraft, it's all about the numbers. It's more spreadsheety than I even realized, even though I was a part of that culture and the spreadsheet period for such a long time. Like, I bought third-party websites, you know, raid bots. I paid for those things. I paid for all this technical printout data on my character to achieve it, and having stepped away from being that engrossed into that world, I still play World of Warcraft, but I'm not as laser-focused on getting 1% more crit, for example. That coming back to it was a little bit of a shock, and I say this in reference to Season of Discovery because my point was Warriors got shafted in Season 1. They got like some really interesting combos, but they didn't work together. Like, you couldn't have the extra attack because you don't get like Mortal Strike or Bloodthirst. So they gave you Wild Strike, but it also comes with like Victory Rush. So you want Victory Rush when you're out leveling, because it makes that leveling experience much better, but it like overlaps with that. And all their abilities are like a little bit more rage, a little bit like these kind of like middling abilities, certainly in comparison, I think it's fair to say, to other people. And the immediate response,
see if I can get like a summon. Where am I going again? Actually, no, it's not that far. Maybe I'll just run. Oh.
Right. And all this like PTSD rushing back to me for the years and years of covering the alpha and the betas of all the expansions since the Burning Crusade, which is when I started doing it, of people not getting that it's about the gameplay, not really the output. And it was something I stressed in every single guide, is like, whatever the numbers are is irrelevant to me. It's about whether it's fun to play. Because that's more interesting for me, of what I'm physically doing with my hands and my eyes, than just the raw number that comes out at the end. And I always reference the Burning Crusade Warlocks. The original Burning Crusade, where the Warlocks had one button. They just spammed Shadow Ball with, like, pet. They didn't even have a pet. They just spammed Shadow Ball, which would crit for billion-ty damage. And as soon as progress was over, the top players all abandoned ship on Warlocks almost immediately, because it was so boring. It was just like, yeah, we get it. We do the top DPS, but it's so boring. Like, we're going into deep math as to whether casting Immolate is worth it or not. Like, that's what the discussions were at the time, and I'm not familiar with TBC Classic, so whether it's changed or not, I don't know. But that was the sentiment at the time, where everybody had to reroll Warlocks for some well, and then everybody wanted to abandon them immediately. Like, it was just so boring. And the way, if you don't know, if you're not keeping up with this, the way the Warrior played at the end of Season 1, at least when I played, and still traverses into today, was a mechanic from runes where you basically ramp up your rage to above 80 rage, and then you gain N rage for 9 attacks or something, or 10 attacks. And then what you do is you play this game with your rage bar where you go above 80 rage and then you spend a bit, but you need to get back over 80 in rage, 80 rage before the enrage buff runs out. Because while you're enraged, you can use Raging Blow, you can spend a little bit, and you have this huge damage buff. But essentially, that's the gameplay, is like just watching a rage bar and go like, oh, 90, spend a bit, go to 70, 8 or whatever, white hit, back above 80, get the buff back up. And you kind of just play this pendulum swing backwards and forwards, and it's really boring. It's like so boring because you're like, I want to press execute and I can't. And people are like, yeah, but your damage is really good. I'm like, I don't care. This is so boring to play. I really don't care. But seeing that was a real like PTSD eye opener for me. Anyway, coming back, I was hoping that warriors would get more fun skills, heroic leaps, blade storms, things like that. I want to be clear as we're recording this, I haven't picked up a single rune yet. And I don't know what any of the new runes in Season of Discovery do. And as a reminder, if you are looking for your runes and you're not just Googling them, on our website, it's been sent everywhere. I know thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people have been checking them out. But all the runes with just clues as to where to get them and not what they do. Everything is a mystery, but there's a little clue, a little pointer, and it was really nice to see the head of WoW Classic, the head developer of WoW Classic, actually like retweet and put that out there for people to see. So very cool. That little project for Bex is all Bex's work, nothing to do with me, who's been working on that. So shout outs to her. So coming back to Season of Discovery then, one, I wish they'd stop releasing this on like a Friday, or a Thursday anyway, because it means I don't get to play at the weekend because I have my family at weekend. But either way, dove right in, and I was immediately like, okay, the focus is leveling, because they've probably moved the runes a little bit later down the line. It's like Scarlet Monastery and some of the level 30 plus zones. That makes sense to me, so we're going to have some fun here. And my immediate thought was, I'm going to enjoy this as much as possible. That's how I look at Season of Discovery, is how can I have the most fun here? One, I'm Alliance, which I haven't done in like 15 years. So where would I go? And I was like, you know what? I want to go to Duskwood. I loved Duskwood. Duskwood was the first time ever, all the way back in beta classic vanilla World of Warcraft, all that time ago, that scared me to death. Because I remember walking out of Westfall and traversing the bridge, and the color of the zone changing from green to yellow. And the music changing and the atmosphere changing, because Blizzard does that thing when you cross a zone where all the color textures change and it's a very different environment. And I was like, whoa, like it scared me a little bit. I was like, what's this mean? Because I didn't really know what it meant. I was like, am I gonna have to start fighting in open world now? Is this where I'm gonna start meeting the Horde? Because I was Alliance, etc, etc. And it scared me to death, and I had really fond memories of it. Duskwood sucks. Again, the nostalgia just ripped away from me. All the rose that was tinted my glasses has been washed away. Because it's just so much back and forth and just like the same quests. It's like a chain quest in the same area over and over again. You can tell this is like the most basic of basic WoW leveling ever. It's like, well, we've got these like 4 areas. We're going to lock off the entire middle of the zone for something later, which would be the Emerald Dragons. And what we're going to do is just have you run backwards and forwards, basically going to the same 4 areas over and over again. Yeah, that's Duskwood in a nutshell. And I was like, oh, it does have the event with Stitches, which is great, but other than that, Duskwood kind of sucks now. My memory has been spoiled. So I did a couple of levels there, and then I was like, I need to do something else. Let's go and do a dungeon. So Stockades was the choice. Some guys wanted to do the Stockades. Did 2 quick runs in there, which was great for leveling. Super fun. Got to play with some very high-geared people from our guild. We have a guild called Family, who had continued to raid throughout Season 1, so they had very epic gear, and we were just clearing the whole place to death. Wonderful. And then it was like, oh, you know what we should do, because they're giving bonus XP, you should do the raid. Now, I do regret this, because I think I had to go to New Zealand for the grinding gear, for Path of Exile's ExileCon, when Season of Discovery was kind of getting to that point where we were all raiding. So I only ever did Blackfellow Deeps once. And we got to the Warlock boss. This is before people knew how to kind of cheese it, and we didn't kill it. We had like 4 goes, I think, before the end of the day, and did not kill it. So that was my limit of where I got to at that point. Obviously not expecting to wipe this time, because 1, we're a couple of levels higher than the raid, That's fair to say. And there were several people there who were fully geared from the raid and had vast experience. What I didn't expect is like, oh, yeah, people discovered the free action potion. And I was like, that's really clever, because the debuff that wipes you out in Phase 3 requires you to be slowed, and if you have free action potion, it doesn't land on you at all. It just doesn't work. And I was like, oh, okay. So I picked one of those, put those up from the auction house, and off I went on my merry way to do the raid. Gotta say, was a little disappointed in the last boss. Just a breath and nothing much else going on. A couple of debuffs and a couple of ads. That was it. That was all that was going on there. It definitely felt to me like the main boss was the second to last boss, the Warlock boss. Like, the number output required is there for the final boss, Akumai. But overall, yeah, you know, the raid itself I actually think was really good. I would actually say that I thought the last boss was kind of the weakest boss, besides the Naga, who you could just kind of zerg down. Everything else, the turtle was more interesting. I actually think the bubble boss at the beginning is more interesting. The march of the Murlocs is more interesting. The gauntlet is more interesting. Although, again, it's always fun to see on farm how people have just, like, started to ignore mechanics. Our first kill of the gauntlet had us killing every single totem immediately, and that fight went on for a while, but now it's like, just ignore everything except this one, it's fine. And we'll just whack the lightning totem, just kill everything else, kill the boss, and it's fine to move on. Always the way with World of Warcraft, and always fun to see. But moving on, getting to the Warlock boss and the free action potion, I was like, okay. This is kind of goofy. But the last boss, yeah, it was like, watch the breath. I'm like, okay. I mean, not the biggest difficulty for me, as you can imagine, to get around that, but still fun nonetheless. And lots of XP to rock up there. My plan going forward, Season of Discovery, now it's now I will have some time next week in order to actually push, is to... I've made a kind of decision. It's far too often. There are so many things going on now that I'm more variety-based, that not only do we have a lot of things we want to do, like we have PoE Ubers coming up, we have Dawn Trail coming up, we've got War Within Alpha coming up, which we'll be covering mostly over here, by the way, the War Within Alpha, on this channel, is that every time we kind of get involved in something kind of comes up. It's like, well, this is kind of a new priority. What I've decided is, when it comes to MMO stuff, is I want to finish out my character before I move on, because I always, like, leave things hanging. I have done for the last 12 months, it's just got to sort of leave things dangling. And I want to just change that around. So I don't think we'll be leaving Season Discovery until we've, like, cleared the raid, maybe even a couple of times. Character's pretty rock solid, ready for Season 3 whenever that comes, and that's when we're going to put it down. So for now, I'm going to enjoy the leveling process, and probably at some point in my next play session, we'll start looking at the runes, and I'll come back and give you a review of those. But so far, so good. It has basically been classic leveling, but obviously with the augments from Season 1, which makes leveling more fun in general. So where I'm going to go next, I don't know. Maybe Thousand Needles, maybe a little bit of Stranglethorn, stuff like that. Those are the zones I'm excited for to revisit and enjoy. I don't really want to do Ashenvale again, because I did quite a bit of that last time, and in Hardcore. So we're going to do Hardcore again in the future. So there we are in Season 1. I hope you guys are enjoying it, and I'll be back in the next day or so with some more updates for you. So be good. Bye-bye. Holla ballers! And if today has a title for this video, it's a stark reminder of just how bad traveling in vanilla is. Oh man, it's not until you go back and really investigate it. And I did play hardcore, but hardcore was so terrifying that I barely left a zone until I'd done it. I was like incrementally sort of tiptoeing around the world. You don't have that feeling when you're not playing hardcore. This time around, though, did they make a mistake? Going back to what they must have been when they created the Warcraft universe, when they sat together, all those old heads, Morheims and co, and they sat together, they created the Warcraft universe. Did they screw up with the geography? And it's such a stark reminder of how much the Burning Crusade massively dealt with a lot of the problems they created for themselves during vanilla World of Warcraft, because creating two long, thin land masses is really dumb. It's really dumb. And there's no wonder the Burning Crusade is just a round mass, which is all interconnected. And also, like, bizarrely why the Shadowlands was divided off into sections through warp tunnels and things, which completely, like, arbitrarily returned it to a weird, stupid design. You could pitch, I mean, you know what I'm saying, right? You think about Wrath of the Lich King. It's a big, fucking wide landmass for a good reason. My plan for the day, was to really sit down and knuckle down and get some leveling done because I'd missed the weekend because the weekend I spent with my family. And really get into the flow of things, find a couple of runes, start learning, figuring out what the new spells were, and seeing if I was getting a new play style to mess around with. Because the play style is fine, it's much more effective than what an original classic warrior is, but it's not like super fun yet. Wild Strike is a great replacement for like Mortal Strike, which we're going to get later on, or Bloodthirst, you know, but it's kind of filling that hole that actually gets filled later on. So that's what I was hoping for. My day started pretty nicely. I was like, I'm going to finish Duskwood. I don't like Duskwood, but I'm going to finish Duskwood. And Duskwood actually got worse because the final few quests that give you the big bonus XP, the big rewards, like a big two-hander and stuff, literally just have you going backwards and forwards from the graveyard. Over and over and over and over again. And you either fly to Westfall and run across the river, or you run across, and they're both pretty close in time, honestly, because if you include the flight time, it's not that much quicker to do either way. But one way you don't deal with stitches running around, but it is what it is. And that was how I started my day, and I was like, God, I really hate Duskwood so much more now. One thing that made it really cool was, I was doing a quest, and I bumped into a priest, and the priest was also there, and he just invited me to his group, because obviously priest and warrior is a good combo. Priests kill things slightly slower than warriors. So I was like, cool, I got a priest. So I started pulling a lot, and got our quest done really quickly. It was like a kill X amount of things. I was like, awesome, that's great. Said goodbye, awesome. Moved on. And then immediately bumped into that guy again in the graveyard. And that guy was like, oh, it's you again. Like, let's invite. Let's get it done. I was like, sick. And we went downstairs and we stayed together.
We've got a bunch of these. I'll use these later.
I don't know where this guy is.
It should be faster for my mage and my shaman to do this quest. Get the slowest class out of the way and done for this.
They are that character, right? That's what makes it an MMO. It's not the person behind. It's that character. It's that priest. And that priest stuck with me for the next 45 minutes. And I was like, this guy's going to ditch me at some point when his quest is complete. We'll see what's going to go on and happen. And they didn't. They stuck around with me for so long as we just completely dominated the underground areas of the graveyard and the tombs and absolutely wrecked the place for a lot of people. We really got into a good rhythm of things. Those moments are just the absolute pinnacle of MMOs because it's a little adventure that I went on with a stranger and had a great time. Leveled lots because I could just chain pull and they were healing me. And it just went into, like, we got a rhythm going. Like, that moment is just great, where two players are working together, doing good stuff, and communicating. You know what? I made a video. I'm going on a nostalgia trip for a sec. I made a video in Legion that I got mocked endlessly for in my guild. And it was called Non-Verbal Communication. And I struck it as one of the most powerful things that clicks when you've been playing as a team for a long time with certain players. And the whole premise of it, and I showed several examples, is that I know this player. I've played with them for countless hours at this point. And when they do certain things in the game, when I see them move in a certain way, when I see them cast a certain spell, I know that they're doing a certain thing that they do, and they're also communicating to me that they would like me to do a certain thing, because they know I'm going to respond to it. And I used the player Cloggington, who I've played with for years now, as the prime example, because Clog will do things, and he knows 100% I'm going to respond in a certain way to make both our lives better. So you can see to my right is a warlock, right? He's called Cloggy. Now, me and Cloggy have been stood in this con for 377 attempts. That means we have a huge amount of non-verbal communication, and it's wonderful. When you have that connection, and certainly as a tank, I was a tank for most of my World of Warcraft time as a top-end raider, finding the pair of you that could do that without having to clutter comms is incredible. What makes it an MMO. It's not the person behind, it's that character, it's that priest. And that priest stuck with me for the next 45 minutes. And I was like, this guy's going to ditch me at some point when his quest is complete. We'll see what's going to go on and happen. And they didn't. They stuck around with me for so long as we just completely dominated the underground areas of the graveyard and the tombs and absolutely wrecked the place for a lot of people. We really got into a good rhythm of things. Those moments are just the absolute pinnacle of MMOs because it's a little adventure that I went on with a stranger and had a great time. Leveled lots because I could just chain pull and they were healing me. And it just went into, like, we got a rhythm going. Like, that moment is just great, where two players are working together, doing good stuff, and communicating. You know what? I made a video. I'm going on a nostalgia trip for a sec. I made a video in Legion that I got mocked endlessly for in my guild. And it was called Non-Verbal Communication. And I struck it as one of the most powerful things that clicks when you've been playing as a team for a long time with certain players. And the whole premise of it, and I showed several examples, is that I know this player. I've played with them for countless hours at this point. And when they do certain things in the game, when I see them move in a certain way, when I see them cast a certain spell, I know that they're doing a certain thing that they do, and they're also communicating to me that they would like me to do a certain thing because they know I'm going to respond to it. And I use the player Cloggington, who I've played with for years now, as the prime example, because Clog will do things, and he knows 100% I'm going to respond in a certain way to make both our lives better. So you can see to my right is a Warlock, right? He's called Cloggy. Now, me and Cloggy have been stood in this corner for 377 attempts. That means we have a huge amount of non-verbal communication. And it's wonderful. When you have that connection, and certainly as a tank, I was a tank for most of my World of Warcraft time as a top-end raider, finding the pair of you that could do that without having to clutter comms is incredible. And a tank combo that works that well together is one of the best gifts you can give a raiding guild. But it doesn't have to happen at the very top end, and you don't even need to play with people for a long time for that to happen, because it happened here again. And it can be very simple things like the priest. The priest let me pull, but I don't know if this priest is any good, right? It's as simple as that. So I pull maybe 2 or 3 enemies, and after a couple of rounds of that, the priest runs off and leaves me and goes and Shadow Word Pains another 4 or 5 mobs and brings them all to me, even though they're going to be attacking them and bringing them to stand on top of me. This, to me, tells me a story. And I love this. This tells me a story. 1, that priest has recognized, 1, I'm not a noob. 2, it didn't know who I was.
Yeah, this was like for some of my SMG way really where I had the DPS like pulling extras for me to like we can get like a huger AoE pull type of deal. Like it was they kind of already figured I'm good enough, so they just brought more mobs to me, and I understood what they were doing. Like they're not griefing, like they're getting us a bigger pull. It was really good. That's what this guy's saying.
I saw them doing little bits, and I do certain bits, so I then change to like using throw for new enemies. Even though mana may be really low, I'm 100% confident this priest can handle it because they've demonstrated that they want me to handle it, and they've proven it. And it took about 10 minutes of us not speaking, no one talking in party chat, but to communicate to each other that we're both of a reasonably good skill level, and we can manage a lot more than what we're doing, and we could take over this place. And then we got that rhythm going where I grinded like an entire level with that guy, just doing stuff, and we stayed together till the very end. It was awesome. It's awesome. It's those moments for me that just don't happen in other games. It just never happens to me in other games, but in MMOs, and specifically World of Warcraft, when you're out in the world and you're adventuring solo and you have these encounters, I will no doubt recognize that priest again in the future, and if I see them, I'll be like, dude, and they will recognize me. I'll be like, oh, cool, we could work together. Wonderful, wonderful. Sorry for the sidetrack, but I find that really, really endearing and awesome, and one of the strengths of MMOs is to have those moments where you just bump into somebody and you just have a great time, and you don't even share details later. It's just like, well, if we bump into each other again, we know we can have each other's backs. Sick. Absolutely awesome. From then on, I was trolled a little bit. One of the members of our guild came and said, I have a quest for you. It was like RP with me. I was like, okay. And they put the sleeping bag down. I didn't know about the sleeping bag. 3% buff if you lie down on the floor for a few minutes, which then led to funny moments of me trying to refresh it by finding people lying around in the town who were all sharing a sleeping bag, and like, hey, can I get in on the sleeping bag? And then we all lie together. People like, hey, stop touching me, you know, do all that kind of stuff. That was really fun little addition to the game. But I wanted to do a dungeon then. I'd finished Duskwood. I was like, I need to do a dungeon. And the next stop is probably Razorfen Kraul. So off to Wowhead I went. It's like, what is all the quests for Razorfen Kraul for the Alliance? Because I haven't done it on Alliance. This is where the traveling started to become a pain. It really did become a pain, because you forget how much of your time, certainly in vanilla, is spent not really progressing in the real sense of like levels and power, but just traveling to places. It's already bad enough to go from, let's say, Darnassus to Ironforge. This isn't even that bad, but this was the journey, and I'd hit level 30. No, I hit level 30 in the dungeon. But I needed to go to the Great Lift to get a book that's at the bottom of the Great Lift, to then go to near Ferrolas to tag a thing over there to turn the quest in, to then come back to Razorfen Kraul, in order to do the actual quest. That's like 2 of us did it together for 2 members of the group. That was 45 minutes to an hour. It's insane how much of your time is spent just traveling to get a single quest. And it's why, back in the day, and it's already happened because there's tons of level 40s on Season Discovery already, that people really clocked pretty early is that actually the most effective way, if you want to be efficient and effective and less fun, in my opinion, is just to grind mobs. Like, there's a reason people just dungeon grind, because it is, every quest in vanilla is a disguised grind for the most part. It's just like, really the XP is just in killing enemies, and the more effectively you can just kill enemies, the way, it's magnitudes faster to level up. It's just way boring, right? It's turn your mind off. And as a streamer, I can't really turn my brain off and just watch Netflix or whatever, or watch another streamer. And I don't want to be bored while I'm playing, so I'm like, I'm not going to do that. We may do a little bit of that, because it's definitely, Classic is dawning on me. And we are getting to that point where the Alliance novelty will disappear because we're moving into merged zones, right? We're going to be going, even today, we're going to head to 1,000 Needles. The same stuff happens for the Horde there. So it's not, the Alliance novelty is wearing off. So we may do a little bit of dungeon grinding, we'll see. RFK was really fun. It's always awkward when you're playing with people much higher level, but like in terms of the damage meter, a lot of trolling going on, but we did pretty well. Didn't really get anything great out of it, unfortunately, but overall it was fun. It was a nice nostalgia trip to do the Blue Leaf Tuber quest again, and to escort the Goblin out of the place. It's not something I'd want to do repeatedly, but a nice fun journey to do something. We only did 1 run. I said we could do a couple of runs if we wanted to, but our healer was like, I'm going out now. I've done my dungeon. And that guy had been waiting around for 45 minutes while we all went and got the quest because he already had it, which made a lot of sense. So I was like, where do we go next? We finished Duskwood, done RFK. I think it is time for 1,000 Needles. And here was where it really dawned on me. So this is the situation I ended up in. I had to turn the quest in from RFK, which is done at the Ferrolas flight point. Okay, so down the Great Lift, walk all the way from one half of the 1,000 Needles, right, because the lift's in the middle, to Ferrolas. It was next to the flight point. Really happy. I was like, cool, it's next to the flight point because I've got to turn in Blue Leaf Tubers, which is over in Ratchet, so I can go here and then I can fly to Ratchet and sort it in. No. No. I was like, what? Oh my god, the flight points aren't connected. Oh, come on, game. Really? Because in order to go from Ferrolas in 1,000 Needles to Ratchet in the Barrens, despite the fact that those 2 zones are connected, literally physically connected, it has to go through Dustwallow Marsh because of how they did the flight points in vanilla. Which is a level like 35 plus zone. And I'm just level 30. I was like, oh, Jesus. And then the next quest is in Darnassus. I've got to turn the next quest into Darnassus. Okay. So I was like, right. Okay, we've got to start making my way back. However, I'm near Tanaris. And I want to level in 1,000 Needles, and the quests I need to do are in the Shimmering Flats, which is next to Tanaris. So I was like, okay, do I go, and whatever you think is the solution here, because this is what I was pondering. I either go walk from Ferrolas back to Barrens, to then walk to the Theramore in Dustwallow Marsh, to then fly to Ratchet, to turn in the Blue Leaf Tubers, to then go to Darnassus to turn in that quest, to then fly back probably to 1,000 Needles, and then walk to the Shimmering Flats in Tanaris. That's like an hour, right? Because my Hearthstone is not relevant to this conversation, because it was set in Duskwood. I was like, okay, what do I do here? Or do I go from 1,000 Needles, tag Tanaris now, come back, go up to Dustwallow Marsh, then continue it on, and then I can fly back to Tanaris when I'm finished. I decided, right, I was like, I'm probably arguing in my brain here over saving 2 minutes, because both are objectionably stupid of what we need to do. So I thought, right, I'll go 1,000 Needles, Dustwallow Marsh, I'll get that done. So I did that. I walked back to Barrens, I then walk halfway up the Barrens, then I walk into Dustwallow Marsh, and then because of my level, and the fact that I can't bubble, because I was with a couple of paladins who, like, turbo zerged through it. In fact, one of them just took res sickness and just went to Theramore, which was probably smart, because I had easily 10 minutes of travel time left that I had to do, so I was like, that's probably not a bad idea. But I took the road, which takes you all the way up through Dustwallow, and then loops back around. So that's like a 10 to 15 minute walk on its own. Got to Theramore. Then I flew to Ratchet, turned Blue Leaf Tubers in. Then I fly to Darnassus to turn in this other quest, and then it dawns on me, it's like, oh, I'm level 30, I can unlock Berserker stance. Sick. That's a nice advancement for the character. So I go to the warrior trainer, I learn my new spells, and as I'm about to leave Darnassus to set my course back to 1,000 Needles, it then dawns on me, I don't have the warrior quest. I'm like, why do I have the warrior quest? I went to the warrior trainer, why don't I have the warrior quest? So I Google it, and it turns out the warrior quest only starts in Stormwind. I'm like, are you for real? Like, if I wasn't aware that at level 30 I get Berserker stance, I wouldn't know. Like, because I went to Darnassus because that's where I was. It's a major city, but no, you do not get the quest from Darnassus. So I said, right, well, now I need to Hearthstone to Duskwood. Then I need to fly to Stormwind, which I did. Then I need to fly to Menethil Harbor. No, I flew to Booty Bay. Then I got the boats, which I missed because it pushed me off. Back to Booty Bay to then fly down to 1,000 Needles, to then run across 1,000 Needles again and get to Tanaris. All in all of my day of like, I'm going to turbo down, I'm going to knuckle down and level. I must have spent 2 to 2.5, if not even 3 hours. I would hate to imagine what the actual tally count was. Just traveling. Just doing stuff. And it made me think for the first time in a long time. I didn't think this about hardcore, and I didn't think about Season Discovery Season 1 at all, but I do think it now. It's like, Blizz, for Season of Discovery, it might be worth just implementing a 50% XP buff, because the leveling is easily the least fun part of this whole thing. Some people love it, I get it. But for me, I'm about the runes, I'm about the new raid, I'm about the twists and turns that Season of Discovery has, and I understand that it will shorten the length of Season Discovery, but looking at your roadmap, you have tons of content coming out, like, every single month. Shorten it down a bit, so by this point, I'm like 30, I would be like 34, 35. I really wouldn't care as much, but god damn it, man. I played for 7 hours yesterday. I got 3 levels, which is just outrageous, considering how low level we are. And I know, there's way more efficient ways of doing it. You don't need to turn all those quests in. You can just sit in an instance. I know, but I wanted to enjoy the leveling experience, but god damn did it bring that back. So maybe I'm just being whiny. It's possible. But that's day 2. Today, my game plan is to really knuckle down and get it done. So, tomorrow, and we're going to be like 35. Easy. Easy, with loads of runes. Because I still haven't got a single rune. Not one. I haven't got one yet, but I'm going to get one. Alright? So I'll see you again, guys. Bye-bye. Holla ballers! And I succumbed. I'm sorry, I succumbed. But it made total sense. I had to do it. Season of Discovery, second session. Getting in there. Big goal of the day was, of course, to really power level through. There's so many people who are already level 40, and I think I have to adjust things when we're doing a big launch. They always launch these things very late on like a Thursday, and it's ideal for Blizzard because obviously that means people get to play over the weekend. For me, the weekends are very tied up, but I think for big launches we need to be there because I do feel very behind, although there's definitely people still enjoying and drinking in Season of Discovery. But I would say more than anything, as feedback to Blizzard, Season of Discovery Season 2 has really highlighted, I feel in a lot of people's eyes, is that the classic element of it is the weakest element. What people really want is the new runes, new abilities, new things, new raids, that kind of thing. And I would really recommend for, because it's only going to get worse, is that when they do 40 to 50 and 50 to 60, which are going to be much longer periods of time, we're talking about leveling here, obviously, is that they squash that down and throw some resources at this, at making new raids and stuff, and new dungeons, something like that with some twists and turns in there. Because for a lot of people, and I'm seeing this kind of widespread, is that a lot of people got started like they did in Season 1, and Season 1 started really strong because you started discovering new runes in the level 1 to 5 areas. So you're very quickly getting the Season of Discovery feel. That's already changed, and it's not really Blizzard's fault. That's the interesting thing. It's the... I mean, it is a little bit, because the World of Warcraft culture that we talked about in the previous Season of Discovery is very focused on acquisition and gain of power. That's the way the game works. It's a power fantasy for the most part, and so people are min-maxing the hell out of it. I think you roll into it. I don't think you try and change it, try and forcibly change it. I think you lean into it and be like, okay, this is what our players are going to do. And what they want to do is get really good gear. They want to do the raids. They want to put teams together. They want to do all that kind of stuff. And therefore, the meta is already there, which is to ignore everything as much as humanly possible. That's like the classic element. When I went to Scarlet Monastery, we did a bit of dungeon grinding this day. And this is kind of the crux of the conversation here. When I went to Scarlet Monastery, there were hundreds of people there. They're all doing it. Like out in the open world, there's definitely some people out there. Like, and a lot of people are even worse. Those people like myself who are like, I don't really like dungeon grinding. Although I will say I had great fun doing it. I'm reporting that, simply put, there's just not enough mobs out in the open world. And therefore, dungeon grinding is just makes way more sense, because I'm losing hours of my life waiting for, like, tigers to spawn. Like, STV, reports were coming in at STV was just zerged. Stranglethorn Vale is just absolutely overloaded with people. And you can stand around waiting for mobs for 5 or 10 minutes to do a very simple quest. And it's just, it's beyond inefficient. It's pointless, right? It's just a pointless experience. We're not gaining any experience. I'm just kind of stood around for a long time. And I know a lot of people are like, yeah, but dungeon grinding sucks. I agree. But at that point, people are like, well, it's not that I want to do it, but I can't do the thing I want to do. And that's the difference. So either massively up the spawn rate, or just boost the XP gains so that people are out of there faster. Even cut some of the quests in half, right? Something along those lines. Cut the quests in half and double the XP. So you still get that questing experience, but you get done twice as quickly. And therefore you just move on faster and get going, because that's what people want to do. And certainly even I've felt it as somebody who's less affected, I would say, by seeing other people in the open world and what they have, because I don't really care. It's classic. What does it matter? Seeing everybody already running around on mounts a day or so after it comes out because they went in dungeon grind just makes you go, wow, I'm really far behind. When you aren't, you're 10 classic levels behind. It's nothing, right? It's really nothing at all. And it's low-level classic levels as well. It's the 30s to 40s. It's nothing. But by the by, something I'd really recommend for Season 2, and I might do a main channel video on this as well, to discuss, I think, my thoughts on it anyway. So anyway, I got started to finish off the Shimmering Flats. This was kind of fun. This was out there. But as I pointed out in our previous video, we are now hitting the point where being Alliance, which was very interesting for me from, say, 1 to 30, has ended. Because now we're in the Horde area. And the mixed areas. Horde and Alliance level here, and they basically have the same quests for the most part. There are definitely differences, but generally speaking, it's the same environment that's going on. So I was really looking, as I finished it up, as to where to go next. And at that point, it was time to get our first rune. Yeah, that's right. I haven't picked up my runes yet because I wanted to discover them out and about. So the riddles page did point that there was 1 in 1,000 needles. Specifically, it was in the Shimmering Flats. Off I went. This is where I got preyed on by the fact that I play so zoomed out. It's a mythic raidy trait. It's not something I can really play without now. If I don't play really zoomed out, it feels like I'm playing an FPS. And I found the 3 statues, and I kind of got what was supposed to happen here. We had the Guardian, the Braggart, and the Slayer, and one of them is stood with like a single 2-hander, arms, and then another one stood with 2 1-handers, Fury, and the other one's got a sword and shield, defensive. I was like, oh, okay, so I kind of get what's going on here, and it wants taunts, it wants shield bashes, the Braggart should be interrupted or whatever. So it made sense as to what I was supposed to do here. And so I couldn't get it to work. And the reason is that there's a very tiny orb that spins around the trading dummy when you get it right, and I could not see it for crap. I'm like, am I getting a buff? There was a small sort of reward plateau on the floor, and I was like, I can't figure out what the hell. I was there for like 5 minutes. I was like, I don't get it. Like, I get what I'm supposed to do, I think, but it's just, I don't seem to be, they're not giving me a token to put into the wreath. They're not giving me a buff to say I've done it right. There's no dialogue going on. And in the end, it turned out there's a very tiny little orb that's spinning around, which I couldn't see for the life of me. But as soon as I spotted it, job done, on its way. My first rune was Intervene. Cool, bit more mobility, bit of help, but not going to change my gameplay much. Obviously, only usable in defensive stance. Really is there for saving people. I love Intervene, great spell. Not super exciting. So my first rune was like, okay. Not going to mess around with that. So then I thought, where should we go next? One thing I do like about the new runes is they seem to apply to different body armors, so you have just more abilities. Chef's Kiss, great touch, Blizz. I was like, I'll go to South Shore, because I've always done Hillsbrad as Horde, tons of stuff to do there, but South Shore, just mousing over with questies, showed that there was a bunch of different things going on. So I was like, I'll go check that out, which is, of course, a big travel, but whatever, we're going to go up there. So I headed up to South Shore, got some nice questing done up there, actually, and actually got called, I don't even think I could say this word on YouTube, because it's considered so offensive, certainly in modern day, compared to when it was like the standard gamer word back in the day, but the R word, I legitimately got called that, and I was like, wow, we're back in World of Warcraft, baby. We are back in World of Warcraft. I was like, what the hell? Like, randomly, I was like,
Retard.
Someone,
How are we gonna find the word if we can't even say it?
Was
from Shameless.
Claiming,
a guy with Down syndrome.
Because they had begun casting on it somewhere from far away as a mage. And I was a warrior, so I just charged whatever was there and attacked it.
Okay, listen up. Some of you have inquired about our petition. We have demanded that Lincoln Grove High School offer programs for special students to help them fit in with their classmates.
Aren't you glad we came?
Yeah, great. Also, concerning the R word, we have demanded a school policy forbidding students and faculty from using that word.
Retard.
Excuse me?
Retard. You can't even say it. So, how do we talk about it?
We all know your opinion on this, Jeremy, but right now I'm the one speaking.
Brothers and sisters, words only have power if we give them power. We must take back the word, retard. Make it ours.
Sweetheart, the rest of us find the word offensive.
I'm not your sweetheart, bitch.
Mrs. Cantage, I know you mean well, but many of us here think it's time that we reclaim and redefine the word. And since normies don't get called retard, they don't have a say in this.
Normies do not get a say.
What's a normie?
I think it's slang for non-retards.
Hey, Fabio, do you mind?
Sorry.
I don't care how it's used. I don't want anybody calling my son that word ever. It's incredibly hurtful.
Even if we did get rid of it, someone will just think of another way of saying it.
That's right. The queers took back their word.
It's different.
How's it different? It's not like race issues disappear if people stop saying nigger.
Shut the fuck up. I can say it, you can't.
Retards, we must band together.
The way to get respect is to take respect, and normies can help us get that message out. Raise your hand if you're with us.
Yeah.
Retard, retard nation. Me-tard, you-tard,
retard nation.
Me-tard, you-tard, retard nation. Me-tard, you-tard, retard nation. Me-tard, you-tard, retard nation. Me-tard, you-tard, retard nation. Me-tard, you-tard, retard nation.
Genuine like experience of being upset that was my mob. I started casting. You are a horrible. I was like, wow, we're really back in World of Warcraft now. This is a dream come true. At this point, I once again stumbled on people in the sleeping bag, and I was like, maybe we go and get the sleeping bag. I think it's got to be worth it because we are leveling without an experience buff. Perhaps this will also occur in Season 3 and Season 4, so maybe we should go and try the sleeping bag out. Bex had written a riddle for me, but I wasn't sure where she put it, so I did Google the guide for this thing, and I'm quite happy I did, because it was basically go here, go here. What another massive journey to go on. Now, we were having music day, so we were playing some nice music all day. We had a lot of Metallica and some old school 80s disco and all that kind of stuff. So it was kind of fun to just put auto run on, get jogging through the barrens, and on its way. I do want to say, this is the content I love to see in Season of Discovery, right? It's the extras. This is the different thing. This is the twist. But the best thing to come out of it wasn't the sleeping bag, because once again, Blizzard be Blizzard, it's a 2-hour buff with a 3-hour cooldown. I get that, like, you should try it with other people, we're promoting people, and it is funny when everyone's there. It's just one of those things like, there's always a twist. There's always some sort of twist. And I do understand the premise of it. It's like, we don't just want everybody to have their own and just maintain it. We want people to group up in towns, and people are doing that. So it does work. It's just one of those quirks. I was like, oh, God damn it. But the best thing to come out of it was actually the Munchables that just immediately give you rested XP. Perfect. This is what we're talking about with boosting the XP, because these were great. These were fantastic. 30-minute cooldown, gave you a bunch of rested XP, so your leveling went significantly quicker. And off the back of that, I was like, we should go and do some SM leveling. Let's see how good it is, right? I know it's got to be faster than what I've been doing, because, again, fighting for mobs, even with, like, 7 or 8 people in the area, is not good in Classic. Even with hyper spawns, it's just not enough. So I was like, let's go and try it. I had a group of people of kind of similar level, ranging from, I was 32 at the time, and I think we had 37s, a couple of 37s, a 33, so a real mix to head into SM Library. It then really reminded me, I genuinely haven't really experienced this for a long time, because my characters have always been kind of current level, is just how bad warriors are when they're a few levels below the enemy, because every single one of your hits either misses or is a glancing blow. And with the rage system that's in Classic, you get no rage, which means you can't do any abilities. And even when you do abilities, they parry, miss, dodge, whatever. And your overpowers don't crit, and all that kind of stuff. So the first couple of runs, for me, were brutal, especially compared to the 3 paladins. We had a prop paladin and 2 rep paladins, with Consecrate and Divine Storm spam that just was wrecking the AoE. Absolutely destroying it compared to me. And I was like, Jesus Christ, I feel like I'm being hard carried here. But very, very quickly, and this is where it turns around, you massive amounts of experience. Like, you just fly through levels. Like, within a couple of hours, I was 2.5 levels higher. I was like 34.5. I'm like, Jesus, right? I literally dinged 32 to start this run, and I was 34.5 after a couple of hours. And I was like, wow. Yeah, this is clearly the way. Like, there's no 2 ways about it. This is just so much more efficient, so much faster, and it is rewarding. And if you're with a good bunch of people who isn't like AFKing every run, it's so fast at every run because people are leveling up, which meant that, like, my warrior got stronger and stronger and stronger. You're getting loot that's good for some people. Obviously nothing in library for a warrior, but our casters were getting stronger, our priest got stronger, they got illusory rod offhand, and then they were like, let's go to Graveheart. And then I got my next ability. I wasn't aware that they'd put scrolls of extra spells in. And I was like, oh, wow. Because I was like, what is this? Because I saw them dropping, and it was like, the priest learns Fortitude. And somebody else learns this. I'm like, wait a minute, is there a warrior one? And like, there is. It's in Graveyard. I was like, oh. I don't like Graveyard, so we skipped Graveyard. So I was like, do you guys fancy doing a running Graveyard? And then I got a whisper from a warrior saying, it can drop from any SM boss. Because Blizzard obviously knew people were going to do Scarlet Monastery, so they put these in there. But we were already going to Graveyard, and it dropped on my first kill, and I got Commanding Shout, which I didn't read it at first, so I was like, oh, wow, I have a really nice raid cooldown. They're like, no, read it again. And it's an actual buff that stacks with Power Word Fortitude. I believe it's replaced by Imps, but it's a massive amount of HP. Sick. New big buff, scales with level, fantastic. That's a great addition. It's just another tool in the arsenal, right? I wish it didn't cost rage, but there you go. It is what it is, and it's fine to maintain. It's one of those classic things to maintain those buffs. So I was like, that's a cool little addition. A little bit stronger, a little bit more powerful, a little bit better off, and certainly in open world, very helpful. So I was like, oh, cool. Wonderful little addition to the game. At this point, some people had to swap out, where we brought in a rogue, John Rogue, from John Warcraft, and a warrior stepped in, and our pally switched around, so one of them was tanking. And we decided to try Armory. I had just reached the level where I was actually kind of doing okay in, I was doing okay in Library. And I had picked up Sweeping Strikes. So I was actually, like, very much accelerating my damage, so we were clearing very efficiently. Then we went to Armory, which has, like, the end boss is level 40, Herod is level 40, and the mobs are average, like, 37 to 38. And I was like, oh, I'm back here again doing no damage. So it was very slow. And this is where the pure World of Warcraft mindset kicked in of, this is higher level, but it's also inefficient for our group. And so it's like XP per hour ratios start coming in. I was like, Jesus Christ, I can almost picture the, like, Island Expedition week orders. Of which way is more efficient and blah, 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 blah. So that was the scenario I was in there. I was like, this isn't efficient. But at our first kill, the Ravager dropped, and our warrior was 37. So I was like, pass, you take it. This is going to be so much better for our dungeon clearing. You get the Ravager. And he had no weapon skill in two-handed axes, but that didn't matter for the proc, because from then on, we went back to Library, spin to win, baby. The pure spin to win. Absolute spin to winners, and it was glorious because now warriors were like taking over paladins and shredding the place up, and it just made it so much more fun. We're playing You Spin Me Right Round. as it's happening, just total disco moments of this happening. And I was like, I can't wait till both of us have one to clear this out. I can obviously go and get the Whirlwind Axe. I'm actually going to check the BIS list. I imagine pre-raid the Whirlwind Axe is BIS. I'd be surprised if it's not. They probably have put something in the raid that's better, but generally speaking. So as we finished up there, ding level 35 very, very quickly there as we came to the end of the day. And my game plan going forward is I kind of want the rest of the runes because I hope they're not all utility. That would be disappointing because Intervene is more of a utility spell. So I want some gameplay changes. I did change the build up to Flagellation, which stopped me having this weird hold 80 rage all the time. That was very frustrating. But I need a new weapon. My weapon is absolute trash. It's a reward from Duskwood, a Duskwood quest line with an arcane proc, which barely seems to have a proc. So I want my damage. I never like being carried. You guys know that. But being lower level, it is what it is. So I'm hoping either the next day I think I go for the Whirlwind Axe or I do the SM quest for the Bone Biter, and that'll suffice for now because the Whirlwind Axe is like a journey to go on up to 37 to get the Ravager and then finish up because 2 levels is going to happen really, really quick in order to move forward with that. And I think I kind of just want to push for the cap. Get the cap. I'm either going to do some runes first or I'm going to just push for cap and then do runes. One thing for sure is I'm poor, so getting a mount at 40 immediately is not on the cards right now. I'm probably 70 gold short. I think you need 100 gold, and I've got 25 or something. So that's going to be a problem. So stay tuned for the money whatever my next plan is. We're going to endgame and we're going to the raid. That's what's going to happen. All right, guys, thank you so much for listening. I'll see you again. Bye-bye. Holla ballers! And oh boy, it started getting really fun. I am amazed. I'm amazed at what Season of Discovery has done with its runes and relics to actually completely change the playstyle of how this works to a much more modern era, despite the fact you only have like 4 buttons. But if you do those buttons wrong, you're screwed. Do them right, and you are dominant. And I've got to admit, there was a part of me that reawoke. A part of me that has been slumbering like a beast in a cave for so long. Like something that was left and buried, like don't go back in there. And it reawoke, and it was the min-max side of me. I haven't had to do it in a while. I haven't had to do it. There are certain combinations, certainly when raiding like Final Fantasy XIV, that you do. It's like, okay, this is how you utilize these spells. And it's kind of a rhythm to it. And obviously those fights are much more dancey. So it's like, this is when we do this, this is when we do this, this is when we do this. And just patterns form. But there's like gaps in between where you're just filling with basic DPS spells. Certainly as I play a healer over there. That is the routine that I've been in for quite some time. Guild Wars 2 is also kind of a strict pattern that you want to follow. You follow a certain amount of abilities, and then you swap, and you use a set of other abilities while certain things recharge, and then you swap back, and you keep going, and it has a very ABC type of flow to it. Warrior, if played correctly, I think I'm playing it correctly. You got to bear in mind, I'm doing this off what feels correct, and it's definitely reflected in the damage meters. And so it feels correct, and it feels like how I would play it. So let's get into it a little bit, so I can give you some details on this. So, obviously, we've abandoned questing. It's just too ridiculous. One thing I tried to do at the start of the day was, Bone Biter, because I checked the BIS list, right? Because it's World of Warcraft, of course I did. The BIS list is like, yeah, Whirlwind Axe, not that great, actually. And I was shocked. I was like, surely it's like Whirlwind Axe, if I was to guess, Whirlwind Axe into whatever the raid weapon is. Nope, wrong. It's not even in the top 7. Like, it's like, oh, Jesus Christ, where's Whirlwind Axe? If they missed it off the list, like, dude, Whirlwind Axe is incredible at level 30. But at level 40, it's not the play. In fact, the Scarlet Monastery quest for Bone Biter is way, way better than the Whirlwind Axe. And then there's quite a number of other options that are even above that. Like there's some epic world drops and things like that. There's a Stranglethorn Veil event for an epic two-hander, which I haven't investigated yet. And then there's the raid weapon. So I was like, well, Bonebiter's just a Scarlet Monastery quest, and we're going to be doing Scarlet Monastery. So, duh, right? Let's go and get Bonebiter, and then we've pretty much got like a BIS weapon that we can be utilizing to speed up the whole process of getting to level 40. We were starting the day at level 35, so that made sense to me. So I was like, okay, Wowhead, where do we get this quest? And it's like, okay, you need to go to Desolus. Again, put my stick on my back, get my knapsack, and we're on a journey down to Desolus. And then I got down there, and the quest was go and kill 30 undead Ravagers in the dead south of the zone. Which, of course, was miles away from Nigel's Point, which is where you are in Desolus. And I was like, of course, it's miles away. No problem. All right, we're going on a journey down there. The stupid thing was, Desolus was desolate. Ironically, there was nobody around. There was mobs everywhere. I was killing mobs as I was going down there. And I was like, oh, cool. Nobody's really buggering about in Desolus. Not a big deal to kill 30 mobs. And in fact, another warrior came with me. So I was like...
Shit, I lost my BFD buff, though. And this is like the longest stretch here.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to Sounds Good Makes Sense, a discussion show for the World of Warcraft player. My name is Devilor. I'm very fluffy today. It's like raining and my hair is just sort of doing things. But that's not today's topic. Today, now that I've had a little bit more time to poke at the endgame of Season of Discovery Phase 2, I want to talk about that a little bit, give some more coherent thoughts beyond just my first impressions that I gave out last week. Now, most of my first impressions from last week still hold. I haven't changed a ton of opinions, though some of them have evolved a little bit since then. So rather than spending a whole bunch of time rehashing everything that we talked about last week again, we're probably going to spend most of this video talking about Gnomeregan. And I also want to address a little bit of a continuation of a question that I brought up in the first impressions video last week, which is just kind of considering the idea of like, what does discovery really mean? And what is the target audience for things to be discovered by in Season of Discovery, especially now that we're into Phase 2. Now, before we go any further, I want to give a warning that spoilers will be in full effect for this episode, especially regarding Gnomeregan. I'm not going to be talking about runes too much in this one, just because we kind of talked about that a bunch last week already anyway. So I wouldn't worry about any rune spoilers or questline spoilers in this one. But I will definitely be talking a fair bit about Gnomeregan. So if you're still trying to keep yourself spoiler-free for Gnomeregan, this may be an episode to come back to in a few days. But before we get to Gnomeregan, there's a couple other topics that I want to hit first. And the first one of those that I want to talk about is really just the general lack of any reason to do dungeons at level 40. Like, depending on your class, and especially considering if you already had gear from Black Fathom Deeps, there's kind of no real reason. Like me as a Feral Druid, there is literally nothing for me in Scarlet Monastery, in Razorfen Downs, in any of the level 40 dungeons. In fact, coming off of Black Fathom Deeps, there have been 2 upgrades for me that are contained outside of the Gnomeregan raid, and they were both quest items from Feralis. And we kind of expected that this was going to be a problem, like especially looking at how good the BFD gear was. We kind of expected that coming into Gnomeregan, like coming into level 40 at least, that Gnomeregan was going to kind of be the only place to really get meaningful upgrades. It just still kind of sucks. Especially because they did go through the trouble of updating a whole bunch of pieces of gear from the Scarlet Monastery dungeons and similar dungeons in the same level bracket. They went through and upgraded a bunch of pieces, but they still suck compared to the BFD gear. And the biggest reason that's disappointing to me is just I really like the level 40 dungeons. Like Scarlet Monastery in particular, I wanted to be in there regularly, like farming for drops, hoping for gear. I wanted to be doing library and cathedral and an armory over and over and over again. Graveyard is whatever, but the other ones I really wanted to be farming those a bunch. I even like Razorfen Downs quite a bit, and there's like the beginning parts of Uldaman that could have been useful for drops as well. It's just none of that actually ended up being useful. And maybe the skill books might have been Blizzard attempting to address this by giving you something other than gear to farm these dungeons for. But A, they drop pretty quickly. It's like maybe 3 or 4 runs. At least for me, it was 3 or 4 runs before I had all 3 of mine that I needed for Druid. And even then, one of those I don't think should have been a book in the first place. I feel like that should have just been just a passive change that they made. But the problem that this is exposing is that outside of like a few rounds of Stranglethorn Veil to get whatever pieces from that you want, and I guess, leveling alts, there's really nothing to do in phase 2 except for Gnomragon. And even then, leveling alts to me is less exciting this go around because of the way that runes are discovered in phase 2. We talked about that a lot last week. I'm not going to go into it again. And also, like, Stranglethorn Vale, again, we talked about this a lot last week, so I'm not going to talk about it too much here, other than just to say it's pretty much working out the way that I expected, which is fewer and fewer people are doing it, and also you only need to do it a few times anyway. Like, at least in my experience, I'm seeing fewer and fewer people in Stranglethorn Vale every time I go there. And that's likely for a lot of reasons. Like, part of it is that people just have the items that they need. Like, if you're only interested in that 1 5 silver coin item, you can literally get that in like 3 runs of Stranglethorn Vale tops, and then you're fine. I also think the health buffs that they pushed out last week have made being in a group way more important, because the more health you have, the more valuable having a healer becomes, and the easier it is for healers to keep you alive. So that makes being in a group way more important, which I think has led to a lot of people who don't want to bother joining a group just writing off the event entirely, which is probably resulting in fewer overall participants. So that just leaves Gnomragon. Let's talk about it. One of the things I mentioned last week about Gnomragon that surprised me is how complex some of the fights are. The encounters in Gnomragon, especially the later fights, are pretty complicated, especially when you compare them to the fights in Black Fathom Deeps. Like, they're all still in line with what would be considered a classic style encounter. Like, there's nothing in there that didn't necessarily occur elsewhere inside of classic. They're just far more on the Next Rammus side of the spectrum than things were in Black Fathom Deeps. Now, when I say that, I'm mostly talking about the last 3 fights in the instance. The first 3 are still pretty straightforward, slightly more complicated than BFD, but can still pretty much be summarized in one sentence. For Grubbus, you kill the waves, you kite the little guys into the green stuff when you can, you off-tank and interrupt the Basilisk, and don't get farted on. For Viscous Fallout, don't stand in the green stuff, kill the ads immediately when they spawn, and try and slow and stun them if you can. And then Crowd Pummelers basically just don't get pummeled. Like, stay out from in front of him, avoid the gears, and heal whoever he grabs. But from there, we get a pretty big step up in difficulty. Like, Electrocutioner requires a lot of coordination. There's 2 different debuffs to manage and watch out for. You need to have careful positioning for all of those that are involved, and you really have to kind of coordinate your whole group. You can't just tell people, don't do this thing, and you're fine. The Menagerie also requires quite a bit of coordination. You're going to need to split up your DPS a bunch. You're going to be keeping track of everything's health. And also, there's just genuinely a ton of things going on the Menagerie fight, because there's 4 things, and they're all doing stuff constantly. And then Thermoplug has 4 phases. Well, technically 5. We don't really count the last one, but he's got 4 phases, all with their own mechanics going on that need to be figured out, all with different, like, ways that you can just up and die, depending on if someone does something wrong or not. Plus, you're dealing with the bombs and clicking the buttons the entire time. And on top of all of that, especially for those last couple of fights, there is a heavy need for ranged DPS, especially caster DPS in Gnomragon. Like, Menagerie and Thermoplug are just way easier if the majority of your DPS are ranged. Even Electrocutioner is made easier by having more range than melee DPS. And on top of that, as a lot of you are probably already aware, the bosses in Gnomragon have just an absurd amount of armor for some reason, which is nerfing physical DPS even more, on top of the fact that it's already more difficult to handle mechanics with too many melee in your group. Like, the sort of anecdote that people have been throwing around is, okay, these bosses have basically, there are 2 bosses that have the same amount of armor as Ragnaros, and 2 bosses that have more armor than Ragnaros. And that's kind of the anecdote that people have been throwing around. But I was doing some digging when I was doing some research to put this episode together. And that armor value in Classic was pretty much the same all the way up through at least AQ40. I couldn't find numbers for Nax Rammus, but at least all the way up through AQ40. The amount of armor that Ragnaros had is the same amount of armor that the Twin Emps and Cthulhu had. Which, yes, that does mean that Sicko Thermoplug has more armor than an old god. So not only is having melee DPS making things harder on you in terms of handling mechanics, it's also meaning that you're killing things slower, so you have to handle those mechanics longer. Except for some reason for melee hunters, on Tuesday, which is when I'm recording this, they just put a hotfix live that does something to Raptor Strike. I haven't wrapped my head around that yet. Maybe melee hunters are more in line with everyone else right now. They've been crazy, but whatever. That's just kind of a side thing. What's extra weird about this is I feel like they should have learned this lesson from Black Fathom Deeps. Remember when they rolled out BFD and casters were in this exact situation because everything in BFD just had absurd amounts of resistances for some reason. And then later on they said, oh, whoops, we shouldn't have done that. We've lowered the resistances that these enemies had, and suddenly caster DPS was able to thrive and actually be functional in Black Fathom Deeps. And a whole lot of people were like, yay, this is great. This is so much better now. Like, maybe they thought that they should make up for putting casters through that at the start of BFD by putting physical damage through that at the start of Gnomergon, but that's a bit weird as a strategy, and I don't know that I'm convinced that's actually what they're doing here. It just feels like, I don't know, an unintentional oversight, perhaps? I don't know. I don't fully understand why it's the case, but it's definitely made it so that having too many melee in Gnomergon is a problem. Now, even with all of these struggles and with all this extra complexity and with the melee versus range thing, it is worth noting that these fights aren't massively complicated, especially by modern standards. They're just a little bit of a surprising step up from Black Fathom Deeps. And some people have really loved that. I mean, complexity and your taste for it is all a subjective thing, right? So some people, I've seen lots of people actually saying how much they liked Thermoplug and how much they were really, really excited that he was such a complicated encounter. And like, oh man, this was such a good fight. I felt so good getting him down, blah, 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 etc. Some people are really, really into that. But one interesting trend to that I noticed was that of the people who, at least who I have seen saying, yes, I really, really like Gnomergon, all of those people either looked up a guide themselves or had someone who looked up a guide tell them what to do, which kind of brings me back to the concept of what is the discovery aspect of Season of Discovery supposed to be? Now, obviously, I don't have a problem with people looking up guides for a fight. Like, that's kind of been, that was how I got my career started, essentially, was making video guides. And even then, back when I was making the video guides that everyone used way back in the, Wrath of the Lich King Cataclysm days, back when I was making all those guides, I still spent a lot of my own time doing research ahead of time, looking up like data mining, talking to other people about their experiences on the fights, looking up other people's guild forums where they were talking about it and so on, like the Elitist Jerks forums back in the day. I spent a lot of time looking up information on fights ahead of time so that we could get in there and get through the bosses as easily as possible. That's what you do sometimes. It's just the sort of thing that in Season of Discovery specifically feels a little bit weird mostly because honestly, the developers have been doing so much to try to discourage people from spoiling themselves on things in advance. Like, they're intentionally not testing this stuff on PTR because they want people to be surprised when they go in there for the first time. They keep saying things like, don't look at data mining, don't spoil the surprise for yourself. Like, these are statements that they're actually making. So it feels a little weird that the people who seem to, at least from my perspective and anecdotally from what I've seen, the people who seem to have enjoyed Gnomergon the most are the ones who did spoil themselves on it. Like, talking about my personal experience progressing through Gnomergon and not looking up information on it ahead of time, the first few fights I thought were great. I actually really enjoyed the first 3 fights, and I was okay with Electrocutioner when we got to him. But the last couple fights in particular, when we killed those bosses, I didn't feel like happy or excited. I just felt relieved. I just felt like there was a lot of surprise, you're dead now sort of moments on those fights that were hard to analyze and figure out what exactly happened. It was a lot of just like, okay, I guess we finally accidentally stumbled our way through completing this boss fight instead of, oh, wow, okay, I figured it out. I understand now what we need to do. Let's do this thing and it works. Also, speaking of unenjoyed surprises, the interrupt on Phase 3 Thermoplug, I'm actually really glad that we got spoiled on that one. Fortunately, someone in our raid group had DBM running and also had an interrupt, and so just kicked it when the thing popped up and said that they should kick it. Otherwise, that would have just been an obnoxious thing to try to figure out. Like, when a challenge is, here's this mechanic and here's how it interacts with something else, and you've got to figure out how to deal with that interaction, that's a fun challenge to figure out. When the challenge is, the game is intentionally hiding the part of your UI that tells you what to do, that's, and I know that's not the first time that there's been a mechanic on a boss that is interruptible but doesn't show that it can be interrupted. I know, I just don't like it. Now, again, all of this is just me and my personal experience going through Gnomergon. I didn't really enjoy the back half of Gnomergon. And it could just be that my personal experience wasn't great. Like, that happens from time to time. I was playing a melee DPS in a melee heavy group, so not only does this mean that I was not able to help with the mechanics that were the most difficult ones to deal with, I also like literally just couldn't see what was happening half the time because I was staring at a boss that was taking up most of my screen. And there are, in fact, a few things that I've learned about some of these fights since we actually cleared through it that, had someone in the raid noticed them, would have made things a lot easier. And at the end of the day, we still cleared Gnomeregan with its more complicated encounters just as quickly as we cleared BFD. So it really wasn't overall a substantial outlier. It was just kind of a little bit more of a frustrating experience for me going through it. Speaking of which, let's talk about the raid lockout shenanigans. You remember a few weeks ago when they first announced that they were going to do the extended raid lockout for the first 2 rounds of Gnomeregan? I remember I said something to the effect of, yeah, this is an idea that sounds great on paper. I think it's a good idea. I'm glad they're trying it, but there could be reasons why in practice this doesn't work out to be great. Hindsight being hindsight, it didn't turn out to be great, at least in my opinion. Like that first 5 days for the first lockout, at the time, I thought for sure, like, this is going to be, yeah, it's going to take me like maybe 3 days to get to 40. And then after that, we'll have 2 days worth of progression time on Gnomeregan. This will be totally fine. In reality, what worked out was it just took me longer to get to 40 than I expected. It took pretty much everyone, I think, longer to get to 40 than they expected because that level band is just really, really grindy. Unless you were spamming Scarlet Monastery basically all the way to level 40, it took you a while to get there. And most people didn't really want to do that. So it was a case where it was long enough of a time period that felt like you could make it and you could take your time and be fine. But then towards the end of it, you still ended up feeling rushed because now you're close. Like you can get there in time, but you really, really, really need to pound out those last few levels. And even ignoring that first lockout, going into the second lockout, I feel like myself and a lot of other people overlooked the social implications of seeing the rest of your group of friends and the rest of the people that you've been playing with clearing Gnomeregan and getting to that max level stuff and doing all that max level content, which is really just Gnomeregan, as we've discussed in this episode, getting all that done before you even get there. Like, it's just the sort of thing that really takes the wind out of your sails. If you're saying, yeah, I'm going to take advantage of this extra time that Blizzard gave us, and I'm just going to be casual, and I'm going to, you know, have fun on my way up to the top, and I will play a few hours each day, and it'll be fine, and I'll get to 40, and then we'll go into Gnomeregan, and not much will have been missed. I think people really feel like they ended up missing a lot. Plus, apparently, as we're learning again today, I'm recording this on Tuesday, apparently switching that lockout timer doesn't work very well anyway, because now we've ended up in a case where there's like this weird Tuesday, Wednesday lockout that you can get an extra clear in, and then the next lockout starts on Thursday or something. I don't know why it's worked out that way. It feels weird. They said something about how they've never tried to do this before, which is fair, they haven't. And yeah, how that's caused some weird issues that didn't come up in testing. I don't know. All I know is that I don't think this experiment really worked. So looking forward to phase 5 and whatever new raid content we theoretically receive at level 50. I really hope they look at this and just say, yeah, let's just give it a week off of the start and just just keep the raid closed for the first week and then go into whatever lockout they have. I'm still hoping, fingers crossed, that they don't do a 3-day lockout again in the future, because that's just too often. That's too many resets. But even if they do stick with a 3-day lockout, give us a week first, open it up when that timing then turns out to be realistic. I get that there's a bunch of very heavy, like, classic focus guilds that really want that massive rush to world first at whatever the level is and then immediately be able to go into the raid. I just think the majority of the player base, especially for a season where they're obviously very much trying to appeal to a wider audience, I think it's going to be more fun for the rest of us if they just give it that week. And it's ultimately a minor inconvenience for that group anyway. Anyway, that's enough ranting for this week. I'm going to go ahead and stuff myself in the Psalter. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for tuning in. Reminder, I still have a streamathon ongoing. In fact, it's still going somehow because every 300 points we add a day, and you guys keep making me add more days. And I'm not complaining. I'm having a blast with it. So feel free to come by and check us out. That is live pretty much every day on twitch.tv/Devilor or here on YouTube. And a big shout out and thank you to my patrons as well. You can check out my Patreon at patreon.com/Devilor. I am going to have the monthly update video in the next week and a half, thereabouts. That monthly update video will be coming.
For Gnomeregan.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to Sounds Good Makes.
Got a comment here on one of my reviewing enhanced shaman tank video here for phase 2. See, I found, this is by Stink Night Elf. I found that Power Surge is a bit better than Maelstrom for tanking. Since you can't have Wind Fury on your main hand, you're losing out on the buff. And with that, it proves almost as much Maelstrom does. Plus, you're already spamming Flame Shock on cooldown, which I use rank 1 Flame Shock and I never have mana problems. Okay, but are you parsing though with that? Like, are you epic parse? Are you green, blue? That would be a nice thing to know. If you could show me your parses. I mean, I've got at least blue and for some reason 1 gray parse and an epic parse for the 5 bosses I've done in Numerous so far. Took me a while to get epic parses on in BFD, but I've got one already here until more people start playing it or whatever, or log it. And then someone else gave me a comment here. What did it say? Oh, whatever. I'll
Sense, a discussion show for the World of Warcraft player. My name is Devilor, and today we'll be looking back over the first several days of Season of Discovery Phase 2. We'll be looking over some of the new runes, specifically at how the new runes are acquired, as well as things like the Stranglethorn Vale PvP event and the Gnomrigon raid. And also just a general look over the entire Phase 2 leveling experience. A lot of that is going to be related to how the runes are acquired, but just the general flow of getting from level 25 to 40. And speaking of that leveling experience, I've been live every day for a streamathon since Season of Discovery came out. In fact, as I'm recording this, I'm live right now. Say hi, chat. All right, that's enough, chat. That's enough. This is my show. Now, I'll be keeping this video as spoiler-free as possible because obviously Season of Discovery Phase 2 just came out, and well, it's the Season of Discovery. There's probably some things that you want to discover on your own. So while I'll be giving my impressions of how I've experienced things so far in Phase 2, and some of that may end up giving you a little bit of a idea of some of the stuff that you might be able to find, I'm not going to give any direct information whatsoever. It's just going to be purely talking about my impressions and speaking in a vague sense as often as possible. I will be making some comparisons to how things were in Phase 1, and that will probably get pretty heavily spoilery around Phase 1 stuff, but I mean, come on, it's been 2 months. We're over it at this point. So let's start off and talk a little bit about the Gnomrigon raid. Again, this is going to be pretty light because I want to avoid spoilers for this video, but talking a bit about the Gnomrigon raid and what my experience has been in that so far. And one thing that surprised me about Gnomrigon so far is that it is definitely a bit more involved / difficult / just generally trickier than Black Fathom Deeps was. Some of the fights in there are definitely more complex. There's a couple of them that have specific positioning requirements and stuff like that. Again, I'm avoiding spoilers, so I'm going to be pretty vague. But there are definitely fights that require a lot more cohesive of a strategy. There's fights that I can't just summarize in 2 sentences. And this makes some sense. It's level 40, not 25. You know, we have significantly more involved rotations now because of some of the new runes. There's a lot more going on in Gnomrigon and at level 40 than there was at level 25. And it's also a bit more of a barrier to entry. So this is at a point where you're more familiar with your character than you were, potentially at least, at level 25. So it does make sense that these fights are getting a little bit, and it also sounds good that these fights are getting a little bit more complicated. And it's also worth noting that people had a lot of the same things to say about BFD when that first hit. I do think that Gnomrigon is more complex and more difficult than BFD was, even at first. But as time went on, eventually BFD got to a point where anyone could pug it and it wasn't really a problem at all. There was still really only 1 boss in BFD that was ever any risk. And even then, you could usually just kind of muscle through it. I expect that things will be similar for Gnomrigon over time as the strategies become more widespread and well-known, and people like me can stop dancing around what exactly that means in videos because we're not worried about spoilers anymore. But as time goes on, I expect Gnomrigon will eventually be completely and totally puggable. Right now, though, if you're going in there straight out of the gate, it is pretty tough, and you definitely need a lot of coordination for some of the later fights. Also, as I have promised in the past, I will have videos for Gnomrigon coming soon. No TM. I will have those very, very soon in the next week or so. And I am actually going to separate these out a little bit. My original plan for Gnomrigon, if it had been on a similar level of complexity to Black Fathom Deeps, was to just do one video as kind of like a here's the 2-sentence description for each fight so that you don't wipe your raid. I'll still do that as much as possible. In fact, the first 3 bosses I might be able to group together. I'll figure that out as I'm actually putting the videos together. But some of the later fights in Gnomeregan definitely need significantly more explanation than I can give in a quick 1 or 2 sentence like descriptor. So we are going to have multiple videos for Gnomeregan coming to the channel very soon. So keep an eye out for those. We're going to table the discussion on Gnomeregan for this video for now because I don't want to get too spoilery. It has only been out for like 5 days, so we're going to move on. Let's talk a bit about the Stranglethorn PvP event. So quick reminder of the Stranglethorn Vale PvP event. If you've missed it, it's called the Blood Moon. It happens every 3 hours. It happens for 30 minutes at a time when it does occur. And it turns it into a free-for-all PvP zone. So everyone that you're not in a party with, a party of up to 5, in Stranglethorn Vale at that time becomes hostile to you and able to attack you, and vice versa. Now, you can have a group of up to 5 players. Blizzard has said that raids will be quote-unquote punished by the Blood Moon. And I don't know exactly what that means, but it's been effective enough that no one has been forming a raid. So whatever the actual problem that occurs when you're in a raid during the STV PvP event, it's big enough of a problem that no one's doing it. So whatever it is, mission success. So while this event is active, you earn blood for getting kills. You'll get 8 blood for killing a player. I believe it's 8 blood for killing a player. And you get 1 blood for every mob that you kill, every NPC that you kill while you're inside the zone. Once you have the blood, you take it to these altars, which are noted on the map. Once you get close enough to the altar, it just sort of zaps the blood off of you and turns it into coins in your inventory. Those coins can then be used to purchase various rewards from a vendor who is located at the Gurubashi Arena inside Stranglethorn Vale. And while it can seem super daunting at first, most of the rewards are priced in such a way where you can get them after just a handful of events. Like even the most pricey of rewards, if you get a group of 5, you could probably do Stranglethorn like 3 or 4 times and you'll get one of the better, at least gear rewards. There are a couple of rewards that are intentionally more expensive, but those are cosmetics. They're like mounts and stuff like that. And I think, in my super biased opinion as a feral druid, that this event is actually really fun. Again, as a feral druid, through the entirety of the time that this event has been live, I've been pretty much able to pick all of my battles. I just get away because I can go really fast. I stealth. And then when I see somebody who's low on health, I do what feral druids do. Murder them indiscriminately. But even if I wasn't able to, stealth and do all that stuff on my own, I know a lot of people who are not playing stealth classes that are also having a lot of fun with this, as long as you can get into a group and actually go around looking for battles or just, farm a whole bunch of mobs and fight off whoever comes up to try and take you on. That said, there were certainly a few missteps with this event, especially in the early days. In fact, the first 24 to 48 hours of this event being live, I'm pretty sure it worked differently every time I went and did it. There were a whole bunch of hotfixes that they needed to make about things like how the graveyards worked, where the graveyards let you respawn, how blood was turned in, how the debuffs and such worked, and so on. And in fact, there was a recent batch of hotfixes that, as I'm recording this, was just a couple days ago. By the time this video goes live, it'll have been a few days. But that most recent batch of hotfixes, I think, was really, really good towards getting the event to where it needs to be. There was essentially 2 big changes that they made in this round of hotfixes. One was to how the debuff works when you're dead and respawn, and the other was to the emissary NPCs that allow you to turn the event off. Now, the emissary change was pretty straightforward. They just made the emissaries a lot more obvious. There's like a big pulsing thing over their head now, and I think they put a couple more into the game as well, so you can find them in more places. These are the NPCs that you talk to essentially say, I don't even want to participate in this event, turn it off for me. And that allows you to avoid being flagged for PvP while you're in Stranglethorn Vale while this event is going on. Caveat, of course, being that if you're on a PvP server, the opposing faction will still be able to attack you. And I'm actually not sure if they'll get the bloods for attacking you when that happens, but it at least allows you to disable the free-for-all PvP portion of the event. And this helps counteract what I think was one of the bigger missteps they made with this event early on, which was people just didn't understand it at all. You were just in Stranglethorn Vale questing, and all of a sudden you got attacked. You see, most of the details of this event were in a blog and in a couple of other interviews and stuff that they did. There's actually very little that it tells you about this event in the game. And there's a lot of knowledge that some people had going into this because of the blogs and the interviews and so on that they did, that a lot of the people that just showed up in Stranglethorn had no idea what that meant. They just saw a thing on the top that said, the blood moon will return at midnight and every 3 hours thereafter, which, by the way, Blizzard, just put a timer there, please. I know it's Lua. I know you can put a timer there, but they just saw that little thing up at the top of the screen and they didn't know what it meant. All they knew is that all of a sudden the person that was questing next to them a minute ago was hostile and killing them. So making these NPCs a bit more obvious and making them clearly something that you should walk up to and click on will at least help people understand a little bit more what the event is and more clearly be able to know who to go talk to opt out of it. The other hotfix that they made was to how the debuff that you get after resurrecting during the event works. Previously, the debuff would just be a minute-long debuff that basically made it so that you didn't grant any blood when you were killed. And it didn't really stop people from graveyard camping anyway, either because they didn't understand the mechanic or they just didn't care. And it was just kind of not very useful. It also prevented you from earning any bloods while that was active. So even if you did manage to, resurrect, get someplace and hide for a second, you ended up just standing there waiting for a while you were trying to get back into the fight. With these hotfixes, they've changed it and they've added some pretty important things to it. First of all, it is now only 20 seconds long, but it not only makes you completely pacified and immune for the duration, so you can't attack anybody and no one can attack you, but it also makes you invisible to anyone who's not in your party. This essentially means that you just get a 20-second break as soon as you resurrect. You can go find the rest of your group and link back up with them if they had moved on after you got killed. You can get yourself buffed and ready to go again. And you don't have to worry about somebody following you and being ready to just attack you the second that debuff falls off because they don't see you. If you need to get away from someone, you just hold down W and get away from them. And those couple of changes, I think, really are helping to bring the event in line with what it's supposed to be, which is a hectic, crazy world PvP event that is going to be nuts, and it's going to be something that a lot of people don't want to participate in, but they have the option to opt out of it. And the people who do want to participate in it don't feel like they get just steamrolled too much. They feel like they can actually have an opportunity to get away, get themselves back together, and then go and choose a different battle or even try to get revenge on the person that killed them. That said, there are a couple of other little tweaks that I'd still like to see added to the Stranglethorn Vale event, or maybe just lessons to learn for future events that I think would be good to incorporate. One example is the way that the altar turn-ins work. It just sort of zaps those bloods off of you and turns them into coins as soon as you get close to the thing, which is great for those situations where you're like, oh God, I have some blood and I need to get over to this altar and turn it in so I don't lose it, because you will lose your blood if you are killed by another player while this is going on. But it has had the weird side effect of now this just means a lot of times the biggest battles just break out on top of those altars, because as long as you're close enough to the altar when you get a kill, those bloods are instantly turned into coins in your pocket. And having the altars become these sort of centers of PvP battles isn't necessarily a bad thing. It just kind of seems to have completely sidestepped the whole mechanic of building up bloods and then being a dangerous target until you can go turn them in. And there are a couple of little tweaks I think they could make to this that would help clean that up a little bit. One example, they could make it so that you have to actually click on the altar. It doesn't need a timer or a cast bar or anything. Just make it so it's an actual interaction to click on the altar to turn in your bloods instead of an automatic thing the second you get a kill, because that would at least mean that if you kill someone and then immediately get killed by someone else, those bloods still do move around a bit. They could also add a short cooldown to the altars so that it's not just instant all the time the second you get more bloods. Maybe even just a 30 to 60 second cooldown on those would make it so that if you are just standing there spamming getting kills, you do have the ability to bank up a few of those and have that risk of, oh God, now I need to at least stay alive long enough to turn these in. But again, I don't know that either of those are particularly necessary. Just some thoughts I had seeing that the event sort of just turns into these big fights over top of the altars because that's the lowest risk way to actually get the bloods. The second thing that I'd like them to add, and I really hope they do add this, is just to make a bit more of a warning when the Blood Moon event is about to actually activate. I mentioned before that there's no, at least built into the game, there's no timer. Side note, Nova World Buffs is an add-on that does have a timer for when the next Stranglethorn Vale event is. I highly recommend it. But there's no actual timer in the default UI that says when the next thing is. In fact, it doesn't even say the time the next one will be. It just says midnight and every 3 hours thereafter, which is a lot of math to try to figure out, especially if you're in a different time zone than the server, which a lot of people are, because at least the server I'm playing on is in the mountain time zone. So a little bit more of a warning of when the event is about to come in. I think a timer there or something would be greatly beneficial. And then a 5-minute warning, the blood moon is about to set. Maybe start to darken the skies and everything then, instead of the second that the blood moon event actually starts, so that there's that period of time that's like, oh God, the PvP event is about to happen, I wasn't paying attention. I was just brain off questing. You have that moment to like recognize I need to get the heck out of here, or at least I need to go talk to an emissary to turn this thing off. Because as much fun as it is to be able to immediately kill someone who stole a quest mob off of you because you know the event is about to start and they apparently haven't realized it, may have done that a little bit. I do think it would be a little bit more just polite to everyone if there was that little bit of a warning, like, hey, you should probably start looking at the people around you and determine if you think they're going to kill you or not in a second. Now, all that said, I do have some concerns about longevity for this event. I really just don't know how many people are still going to be doing this in a week or two. Like I said before, most of the rewards are pretty easy to get. It only takes like 4 or 5 rounds to get even the most expensive, like 15 silver rewards. So long as you get a group together and you're doing fairly well in there. On top of that, more people will have gotten the rewards that they need, and thus there's no real reason to participate in the event after that point. And more people will understand that you can just turn the thing off. So a lot of the people that right now are current targets or over the last few days have been targets will recognize, oh, I just need to go talk to this guy and turn this off and I can do all my quests in peace. I really feel like there's a strong possibility that in a couple of weeks, maybe in a month's time, there would mostly not be anyone to attack during the Stranglethorn PvP event. And that's not the end of the world necessarily. Like the rewards don't become unachievable at that point because you do get bloods from killing mobs. So if you're there during the event and there's no one to PvP against, a lot of people would actually prefer that because then they can just go grind mobs for a bit, get their bloods and turn them in that way. It doesn't like ruin anything. And it's also highly possible that they either like add more rewards or other changes occur that make it more viable as time goes on. It's just the sort of thing that right now I feel like the event is fun and interesting and engaging right now because a lot of people are trying to do it and they're specifically trying to PvP in it. I think in a couple of weeks to a month, that will probably no longer be the case if things continue on their current trajectory. And that's probably fine. Like, it's Season of Discovery. There's going to be phase 3, presumably in sometime in the next month or two. We'll know more about when phase 3 is starting. I don't expect phase 2 to last longer than a couple of months anyway. So it's entirely possible that that doesn't really matter and that the event will continue to maintain relevance long enough to last throughout the phase. Just something I was thinking about and figured I would say it because this is a show about things that I'm thinking about. But enough about the Stranglethorn PvP event. Let's move on. I want to talk about the new runes and the way that they're acquired in phase 2. No spoilers. I'm not going to talk about specifics about what any of the runes do or specifics about exactly how they're acquired. But I will say that a lot of the new runes are very, very exciting. I really like them. There's a couple that I'm looking forward to on my hunter who have just started leveling that I think are going to be big game changers for my hunter. And my feral druid, who I leveled first, the 2 runes that I've gotten for feral are insanely huge. They are a game changer for feral druid. So looking at these runes mechanically, it feels like they're really sort of starting to nail down the gameplay that they set up in phase 1, where they added a whole bunch of like bits and pieces of what feels like a more modern rotation to these classic classes. And now they're kind of filling in a lot of the blanks that new rotation left behind. It feels great. It makes the classes super fun to play. Once you've gotten these runes, it really starts to solidify and makes the class feel complete. And the skill books have been great as well. A lot of them are just very needed or very useful, like quality of life improvements that if they had been a rune would have been super disappointing, because if it was a rune that you had to take for this thing, you would have to give up something else that would go in that slot. They added in these skill books instead, which just allow you to learn a thing, learn an effect, and you don't have to do anything else with it. It's just once you've learned the skill book, that's it, you're done. At least for Druid and also for Hunter, a lot of these skill books are just really, really important quality of life changes. I do think there is one, I will say, for the Druid that's related to a couple of healing spells that I don't think that should have been a book. I think they should have just implemented that into the game instead of requiring people to go and find the book to be able to have it. But all of the other ones for Hunter and Druid that I've looked at, they're really solid and they're good quality of life increases. I really like the way that they've implemented the skill books. And given what the new runes are that are actually available to classes, I think it's super important that they implemented these quality of life fixes, like I said, as spell books. The new runes are just really exciting and really interesting and big, like I say, game changers for the classes. I really like the new runes. What I don't like as much is the methods by which they've been acquired. And what I mean by that is a lot of people, myself included, but I've seen this from a number of other people as well, both in like Twitch chats while I've been streaming. I've been seeing people talking about it on social media, on Reddit, elsewhere, on the forums. A lot of people feel like there just isn't as much discovery in phase 2 of Season of Discovery as there was in phase 1. One of the coolest things about phase 1 of Season of Discovery is the number of times that you would just happen across something new out in the world and you'd be like, ooh, I think that's new. And you'd find yourself a little puzzle to try and figure out. And the puzzles weren't usually that difficult. It was usually just a matter of like, oh, there's a chest here, I'm going to open it. Oh, there's a thing here that says a fire spell might break its enchantment. I should hit it with a fire spell. Like, they're not like difficult, but it still gave you that sort of sense of, I have found something and I will now be rewarded for doing the task that has now been presented in front of me. And there were a lot of cases throughout phase 1 where that would occur, partially because there were more runes, but also just the places that they were littered around in the world. Phase 2 just feels like it has a lot fewer of those moments, or has felt to people like there's been a lot fewer of those moments where you just come across something out in the world, you go, oh, hey, this seems interesting. You poke at it for a minute and then you get something for it. It just seems like there's a lot fewer of those sorts of discoveries in phase 2. In fact, the criticism that I've commonly seen is people saying that the discovery in phase 2 is discovering the Wowhead guide for how to get the stuff that they want. And look, it's totally fine for there to be discoveries, even runes, that are a bit more involved and a bit more complicated and are going to be something that ultimately most people look up online. It's fine to have some things that are along those lines. It's just kind of felt like the way things have worked out in phase 2, that was the majority of them. For example, in phase 1, I just checked all these numbers before I started this. In phase 1, I found 7 out of 12 of the Druid runes completely on my own. And another 2 of those were ones that somebody that I knew directly mentioned that they had found it. So it was a direct one-to-one. My friend found this thing and told me where it was, and I went and found it. But even if you ignore those 2, 7 out of 12 of the Druid runes in phase 1, I found myself, which is about 60% of the phase 1 runes. In phase 2, where there were 6 Druid runes, I found 2 of those myself, which is only about 30%. And so the result, for me at least, but also for a lot of other people, has been that we're finding less things ourselves in phase 2. And not just less things in total, because obviously there's half the number of runes to be found in general, but a smaller percentage of those things are being found ourselves. Which again, for a lot of people, I think that sort of undercuts the discovery feeling from Season of Discovery. If you just feel like you're not actually finding any of this stuff without having someone else go and tell you exactly where it is, or having to look it up yourself. And in fact, the way gaming is nowadays, most of the time, if you see somebody saying, you see somebody using a thing and you're like, ooh, I want to have that too. Where did you find that? They're just going to tell you to go look up a guide. And I don't think this was really Blizzard's intent in phase 2. I just think they kind of missed the mark a little bit. Like, for example, in my case, I have gone and now I've looked up at least some of the basics of where all the other Druid runes are, because I've finished leveling to 40 and I'm personally not interested in just wandering around the world, exploring the entire map, hoping to find something. For me, the discovery is much more interesting if it's something I can happen across and go, ooh, that's interesting. Let me look at that over there, than something that I have to specifically go to every corner of the map and try to figure it out and just hope that I stumble across something walking around for no reason. So I looked up where the other runes come from, and most of them are still just sort of littered around the world. They are still things that I could have, if I had gone to this place for some reason, could have just stumbled across. They're just kind of in weird spots. Like, it's not something that I could not have stumbled across myself, just something that an average player would be very unlikely to have seen all of these, let alone even some of them. I've also found that, like, some of the things that you could use to identify that something is a rune, and or at least a discovery to be made, that were around in phase 1, there's fewer of those in phase 2. Specifically, what I'm referring to there is there seem to be fewer of these that have like something you can click on that has a debuff on it that indicates like, oh, this is a frozen trog that you need to hit with a fire spell sort of thing. It's just like there's just something there, and if you for some reason know that you should do this ability at it, then you'll get something for it. But it's less clear that there's even a puzzle to be solved in some of these cases without those tooltips, without those mouse overs, etc. Now, what sort of really I think is exacerbating this issue, which is one of my favorite words, is just how fragmented the leveling experience is from level 25 to 40. Like, When you're going from 1 to 25, your leveling experience is basically zone to zone, complete the entire zone, and you will probably have been everywhere inside that zone by the time you've completed it. From 25 to 40, there's a lot more zones where it's like, okay, there's 3 quests in this corner of this zone, and you're not going to go to the rest of it whatsoever. You're just going to do these couple of quests over here, and then everything over there is like 5 levels ahead of you. So you may or may not ever even come back and go do those quests. So depending on the path you take getting to level 40 through your questing experience, there's a lot of runes that are just in a spot that only a small percentage of people will ever actually go. And that's a lot different than it was in phase 1, where most of the runes that you would find through questing were put in places where they could be fairly confident that everyone would come across this if they were leveling through questing. Again, not all of them, but enough of them that you were pretty regularly finding things. And not only are these like in weird places that you may just decide not to go to, even if you're leveling through questing, but because the questing experience from 25 to 40 is so rough, especially when you start thinking about things like the number of mob spawns that you have to fight over. Like it would literally take me an hour plus to complete some quests. The questing experience is so rough that a lot of people who would otherwise have been completely fine questing all the way from 25 to 40 are going to want to go and do dungeons instead. It's just kind of an accepted thing about that, you know, mid 30s to 40 grind, especially, that you're probably going to end up doing some parts of that just straight up grinding in the same spot for a while. If that's a dungeon or someplace with decent spawns out in the world, you're probably going to be doing a bunch of grinding. And what that means is, yes, it's classic. Yes, that this is how it's always been. This is how the game has always existed at those levels. It's not surprising that the questing experience is that way. But what it means is that Blizzard needed to do something a little bit more to take advantage of and account for that fact when they were putting these runes out in the world. They needed to take better consideration of how fragmented things are and of how likely it is that people are going to want to do something other than just every single quest in every single corner of every single zone when they were planting these little things to find and discover out in the world. Also, just as a quick side rant about the sleeping bag, again, I'm going to be very light on details and try not to spoil anything. You probably know about the sleeping bag if you saw the teaser that they did on Twitter anyway. But I'll say this much. If you were level 25 at the end of phase 1 and wanted to go do the new stuff in phase 2, you probably never found the sleeping bag on your own. They put the starter for that thing in a spot that no one who is already at level 25 excited about phase 2 was going to stumble across. The where they put it was just flat wrong. The start for that quest was incorrect. They should have put that in some place that a level 25 would have gone to. Now, again, I'm not saying that every discovery, that every rune should ever be something that you stumble across yourself, and they don't all need to be spoon-fed to you, and they don't all need to be things that don't require any thought. Like, I'm definitely not saying you should be able to just go to your trainer and have them tell you where these runes are, which is a suggestion I've seen a lot. I disagree with that suggestion. I actually think it's good and cool that some of these discoveries are still the sort of like, you need a whole team of people on a Discord sharing information and talking to each other. There still is that community aspect to some of these discoveries. I just think the other ones, the ones that aren't that, needed to be a little bit easier to come across and discover something, or at least like a little breadcrumb that will send you in that direction. Again, it doesn't have to be anything super obvious, but like a little breadcrumb. Like, for example, say there was a rune that required you, I don't actually know, this isn't a spoiler because I don't know if there's a rune that requires you to kill the centaurs in Desolace, but say there was a rune that you had to kill the centaurs in Desolace and eventually one of them dropped something or whatever that gave you a rune. Again, I don't know if that's a thing, so that's not me telling you that's how they get that. This is just something that I'm using as an example. So if you have to go kill these centaurs in Desolace, it's entirely possible that someone levels from 25 to 40 without ever even going to Desolace, let alone doing any of the quests that directly relate to centaurs. There's only like a few quests that actually do that, and they're notoriously grindy, so a lot of people just ignore those entirely. But say that this is a path towards getting a rune. There could have been something in like Hillsbrad or whatever that's like, maybe there's a stack of crates that has some Desolace dirt and centaur fur on it. If you look at the stack of crates, that doesn't give you any specifics, just indicates like, hey, centaurs and Desolace, this is something new. Maybe I should go check out centaurs and Desolace. Or maybe there could be something where it's like there's a piece of paper sitting on a table in an inn that's like someone's journal that says, just got back from Desolace, man, those centaurs were really on something out there. I don't know what was up with them. Like anything along those lines, so that there isn't necessarily the entire discovery to be made in every single zone, but something that at least points you in the direction that was still a discovery and still something to be found would have been a good idea, I think. And it also genuinely probably would have been okay if in a couple of these zones, like maybe there could have been repeat places that you get these runes. Remember, from 1 to 25, there were a lot of runes that could be found in multiple locations. There's no real reason why all of these runes needed to be in exactly one spot and nowhere else. And maybe, honestly, for some of these, maybe just positioning them in less way off the beaten path locations would have done it as well. Like, there are genuinely some of these runes that I don't know anyone will ever intentionally go to that spot. Like, especially if you consider like Horde and Alliance as factions and that they have different quests in different areas. Like, there's a couple runes that as an Alliance player, I have no reason to ever go to where they actually start from. Now, all that said, one thing I want to be clear about is that this is definitely not like ruining my experience in phase 2 by any stretch of the imagination. It's just something that as the season of discovery, it felt a little bleh that so many of the discoveries were discover the Wowhead guide to know where to get this. I would have just loved to see a lot more done to make sure that there were things to find for a player who was not looking up guides, just things to find out in the world as you're walking around. I feel like they just kind of underdid it in that regard and would have appreciated a little bit more along those lines. Anyway, we're going to start to wrap things up for today. I do have a few questions that I've actually pulled from chat because, again, I'm live as I'm recording this. I have a few questions that I want to get to that I pulled from chat. Reminder as well, if you have any questions, you can just go ahead and leave them as a comment on the video and I will try to get to them in a future episode. So the first question is from Top Jester, who said, why are there no training dummies in SoD? And I actually don't have a good answer for that. I have no idea why there's no training dummies in SoD. It's possible that they just don't want people to be able to mindlessly use them to train weapon skill. But if that's the case, I don't think that's a very good reason. Like, weapon skill is kind of whatever, especially at this. Like, if it was classic era, then sure. But this is SoD. We're allowed to add new things to it. I would love to see training dummies added into Season of Discovery. I think that would be a very, very good addition. Question from Bloodhaven, who asked, how do you feel about the dungeons in this phase? And that's a weird question as a Feral Druid, because especially as a Feral Druid with Black Fathom Deep's gear, outside of the couple of skill books, there's been basically no reason for me to do dungeons. Like the skill books and some of the experience, because I did end up doing some dungeon grinding to get from like the last like 3 levels. 3 levels. I did some dungeon grinding to get those. There hasn't really been much reason for me to do dungeons, which I'm actually disappointed about. Like, Scarlet Monastery is one of my favorite dungeon like sets in World of Warcraft, and I was actually really hoping that I have a reason to go and farm these things. Now, they did update a bunch of drops to make them better for casters, and there was one drop that they tried to update to make them better for Feral, but it didn't work. They're still not as good as like a literal quest item that you can get. So the result was there wasn't any reason for me to do these dungeons after I'd gotten the XP and the skill books. There we go. So yeah, I'm a little disappointed because I like the dungeons a lot. I just haven't had any reason to do them. And I think this is going to end up being kind of a repeat issue throughout future phases, that for people like me who are like, I'm going to be doing Gnomrigon constantly, and I'm going to have a bunch of Gnomrigon gear, that sort of sidestepping and essentially eliminating this content vector for me as a player is kind of, I don't like it. I would like for them to find ways to either make sure that the drops from Gnomrigon, which they can't do at this point, but they could theoretically try to make the drops from the raid not be as overpowered going into the next phase, or they could go through and update some more of the drops from the dungeons to have them be more useful for a wider variety of classes. Last question came from Xcar, who asked, what would be your ideal true discovery of a rune from start to finish? And what's interesting to me about this question is I don't think there's a singular answer to it. It depends a lot on your style of play and how you approach the game and how you approach things like Season of Discovery, especially when it comes to things like spoilers. Like, that ideal discovery of a rune is going to be different based on the type of player that you are. And in fact, some players will enjoy there being multiple different ways to discover a rune. to me, the ideal discovery of a rune method is to have multiple different ways to make discoveries. And they don't have to go to the same rune, obviously, but having a variety of things where a good chunk of them are ones that you just discover yourself. Some of those that you discover yourself, you might find the breadcrumb to, but unless you really figure out the puzzle, maybe it sends you in that direction, but then there's some real thinking that you have to put into it. And some of them, I do think it's genuinely good to have some discoveries in the game that require that sort of like community building, like information sharing to be able to figure out. Because like, yes, even though it's only a little bit of gameplay for a small subset of the community, it's still good to encourage people to participate in that sort of sub community and that sort of like sharing of knowledge and so on. I think having all of those is good. And because I think all of those different aspects are important and necessary to exist in the game, my answer to what is ideal for me is kind of disingenuous, because my answer for what is ideal to me is that I find everything myself, and that's not feasible. That's not really going to be a thing. Anyway, that's going to wrap it up for today. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you to chat for being here while I've been live. I'm sorry that I did not get to talk to chat as much during the recording of this, but thank you all so much for being here. Reminder, I am still live with the Streamathon. It should be pretty much every day, if not every day, I'll be live for the Streamathon, so you can check that out. Twitch.tv/Devilore if you want to watch on Twitch. I will also be live here on YouTube. Also, big shout out to all my patrons. Thank you so much, everybody who has signed up for my Patreon. It really means a ton to get that extra support coming in. It's super, super helpful because I live in SoCal, and SoCal has bills, let me tell you. So thank you so much to all my patrons. You can check that out at patreon.com/Devilore. And yeah, that'll do it. Thanks again, everybody, for watching. I'll see you next time. What's up, everybody, and welcome back to Sounds Good Makes Sense, a discussion show for the World of Warcraft player. My name is Devilor. I'm very fluffy today. It's like raining and my hair is just sort of doing things. But that's not today's topic. Today, now that I've had a little bit more time to poke at the endgame of Season of Discovery Phase 2, I want to talk about that a little bit, give some more coherent thoughts beyond just my first impressions that I gave out last week.
So you finally hit level 40 in Season of Discovery, or at least you're going to be doing so relatively soon. As with all of these new level caps, there is going to be new end game content to look forwards to. Today I'll be covering the main things to do during this level bracket, as well as covering a few extra things that may be worth it for you. So first is gonna be regarding gold. Now this sounds like the most obvious thing ever, because of course you need to farm gold in vanilla, but compared to Phase 1, Phase 2 has way heavier gold sinks attached to it. I thought it being a seasonal server, things would be kind of tuned down to allow it to be super easy to get everything, but there are definitely going to be a few chase items or objectives for most players. Anyways, if you remember from Phase 1, the cost of mounts was showing as 40 gold, assuming you had rank 3 and honored with the faction you were buying from. This would give you a total of a 20% discount. But in Phase 2, Blizzard have increased the cost to match how it was in vanilla, so once again your mount will be setting you back 80 gold minimum. Or you can just play a warlock or a paladin and get your mount for free, which is pretty nice. If you are planning to play a character as a main though, I always think prioritizing the mount is a good idea, and it's worth investing into sooner rather than later, because it just makes everything else you do in the game faster, from farming, PvP, questing, whatever it is, and you're going to need a mount eventually, whatever happens. There are also a number of new crafting schematics and recipes associated with Gnomeregan, which I'll talk about soon, and they're all 15 to 25 gold each as well. And then there's new spell ranks, enchants, consumables, leveling professions, maybe even getting summoning taxis across the world, and so on. For me, similar to Phase 1, questing past a level cap still feels very worth doing, with quests averaging just above 2 gold to 4 gold for some elites. Note that this is pretty much guaranteed to put you in a position where you're going to have to dungeon grind for at least a few levels at the start of next phase, but having seen the new ways to get XP in Phase 2 that were added, I'll just take the bonus gold now and I'll grind some levels out later. Gold will also depend, of course, on how much time you can invest into the game too. In vanilla, it's not uncommon at all for players to have an alt just to farm gold to support their main. This is especially the case when your main is running 2 crafting professions for PvP or PvE and isn't all that great at farming themselves or questing post level cap. Typically, gold farm alts are usually always mages for AoE farms or selling portals, food and water, but Hunter has gained a bunch of value too, because they can easily solo mobs which are way higher level than them in these new phases. And if Blizzard are already putting some heavy gold sinks into Phase 2, this may just be the approach they take moving forwards. So all in all, have a plan on how to get gold, whether you prefer gathering, farming mobs, flipping items on the auction house, questing, whatever it is, because gold matters once again. Next is getting your Azeroth Commerce Authority or Durotar Supply and Logistics Rep to Revered, but just don't worry about rushing it. Currently in Phase 2, there is just one reward for Revered, which is a new craftable consumable that gives some spell power. But one day this reputation will surely be extended to Exalted and should have some better rewards at that point in time. So I would work on this getting to Revered as you progress this phase, but just not as a high priority. And it will of course depend on your server, but for me some supply boxes are quite cheap to fill, such as Rockscale Cod or Crimson Silk Pantaloons, and other ones like Massive Iron Axes or Mithril Blunderbusses are still upwards of 8 gold for me. I wouldn't go as far to straight up delete bad supply crates, but as time goes on, prices should start to come down, and they'll become more worth handing in. And we have just had an update on this, as Blizzard say they're planning to add more rewards to Revered very soon. It's just there's been a delay because they are a bit unique to original WoW, in their own words. rewards, but we'll see what they end up being. In any event, if you're already revered, keep an eye out for the updates, and for the rest of us, it may just be time to start working towards it. Next is a quick mention to the Cozy Sleeping Bag quest, in case you didn't get it done between 25 and 40. Whilst this would have been very useful during the leveling portion of Phase 2, I don't see any reason why it won't be usable, and who knows, maybe even upgradable next phase. When rested in for 3 minutes, you'll gain 3% bonus experience to all activities for 2 hours, which is going to add up to a fairly good time saver between levels 40 and 60 due to the sheer volume of XP needed to level up. It's worth a note too, you also get 8 student fodder from doing this quest as well. Each of these give a bunch of rested XP instantly. Now I don't know if these will be usable in Phase 3, I have a feeling that Blizzard are going to nerf them somehow, but either way, if you've done this quest post level cap, put them in your bank and maybe you do get lucky and can use them next phase. As mentioned earlier, there are a bunch of new craftable profession items behind a pretty enormous quest chain that starts in Gnomeregan. While I definitely won't have time to cover the whole thing here, starting it can be a little bit confusing, so I'm just going to go through that real quick. So during a Gnome run, make sure you get a grime encrusted salvage or buy one as they are tradable. You turn this in at the Salvage-matic 9000 in the clean zone, and a new quest will pop up from the nearby gnome, Ziri the Wrench. After picking this up, go do the tech bot quest outside the instance and loot a corroded G7 core processor. Go back to Ziri, go through the dialogue options, and then you'll be able to talk to Scooty and Booty Bay about finding somebody to fix this item. From there on out, the rest of the quest needs a ton of traveling, but it's pretty straightforward. The rewards from this are pretty huge in the end though, albeit expensive to craft and to learn. These include new enchants, new items for tailoring, leatherworking, blacksmithing, all the new helms, and so much more. I'd definitely say consider getting this done on at least your main, but this is going to be really expensive to do on multiple alts, but again, that's up to you. PvP is also a big part of Phase 2, and there are several different parts to it. First up is the fact the Ashenvale weekly quest still exists and still gives 1000 rep just for looting the quest item from an enemy faction NPC. It may be worth carrying on doing this to Exalted due to how low the time investment is, but if you're still early into Revered and this is the only way you intend to get reputation, Phase 3 is probably going to be out before you're Exalted, because past Revered, the mini-bosses and boss will no longer give rep anymore. Still, Warsong Gulch has a lot of solid reputation rewards that scale up with levels, all the way from 28 to 58, so getting at least Revered is not a bad option, and you can get up to Revered by doing the regular mini-bosses and bosses during the event too. The epic rewards at Exalted have different versions too, and you can get upgraded versions of the braces at levels 50 and 60, and then 60 will also have an epic pair of legs. Arathi Basin is also in the game, but there isn't a super easy way to grind the reputation at the moment as there was with Warsong Gulch. You can buy 1 lumber supply for 1 silver blood coin from the vendor at Gurubashi Arena. Each of these are worth 200 reputation, and if you're in a solid group and fighting around the boss in STV, you should be able to net 10 or so silver coins per event, which means 30 minutes work for 2k rep. I mean, it's nowhere near as fast as Warsong Gulch rep was, but it's also much faster than playing Arathi Basin. Pre-mading Arathi Basin during the holiday weekend should still be a good way to get rep as at least a 5-player group. Then again, the Arathi Basin rewards aren't on par with how good the Warsong Gulch ones are, so I think you just mainly do this if you enjoy the PvP. There is also Stranglethorn Vale, of course, which rewards a good bunch of items. I'd look for a group prior to the event starting, and always fight around the Blood Lower boss as much as you can, as you'll get way more coins. Even if you aren't much of a PvPer, I would recommend doing this because you'll be done after about 3 to 5 events, depending on how many items you want to buy. You can PvE the event as well, as NPCs also drop 1 blood whilst it's on. Again, find a group for this and just farm for 30 minutes, going back to the altar when your blood's capped. It's not going to be anywhere near as fast as just PvPing, but this is an alternative if you want to do that. There are also a few quests in the game now which give pretty iconic rewards if you're really looking to finish everything up in Phase 2. Nifty Stopwatch is an unused trinket that gives you a mini sprint type effect and is available from a quest chain in the Badlands, which both needs a few crafted items as well as for you to farm a bunch of different rock elementals, including those ones next to the quest giver, which have had a terrible respawn rate since forever and unfortunately continue to do so. Skull of Impending Doom is another fun and iconic classic item. It also starts from a quest chain in the Badlands called Solution to Doom, but it will have you going across the entire world to defeat several specific elite enemies. Both of these are typically more powerful in PvP, but there are some pretty high level quest chains too, and they'll give you some nice gold as a reward as well. You can also prepare a lot of dungeon quests at the moment too, but I'd check out pre-questing you can do now for both the Sunken Temple and Alderman. It would take a pretty extreme amount of explaining with everything you need to do, so I'm going to link some relevant pages below in the description or comments. It's kind of interesting that pre-quests are open for Sunken Temple at the moment. All the existing dungeons that were made into raids have had their dungeon quests updated to a raid status so that we can complete them. I remember going to look in Orgrimmar for the quest to activate the teleporter to Gnomeregan in Phase 1, and it just wasn't in the game whatsoever. And I believe there's even a quest for Maradon which you can pick up now too. Really makes you wonder which dungeon they're going to be upgrading next phase, doesn't it? Moving on though, of course Gnomeregan is the new raid, and it's been very interesting actually. The first 3 bosses are kind of free as long as you don't mess the mechanics up too much, but the last 3 bosses, there is quite a difficulty step up actually. These fights will test out your raid's ability to do mechanics to a larger extent though, but I think as time goes on we should really begin to gear up this phase, and that will make both of them a lot easier. The last 2 fights also heavily encourage your tanks to pop on some more defensive gear or runes, as they can start to hit really hard, which I kind of like as well. It makes tanking more than just a threat generating DPS. Another thing I liked about Gnomeregan was, funnily enough, the trash actually had a decent amount of health. Trash in BFD was pretty terrible to be honest. You just kind of ran through it in a straight line with anyone tanking everything, until those mobs in the hallways would just chain frost over you and you're standing there for 15 seconds wishing you could play the game. I'm not after an hour of trash per raid or anything, but something where you can actually do your AoE damage and have it matter felt good to do. And from here on out, when this video is released, Gnomeregan's going to be on a 3-day reset too, so everyone will have plenty of chances to see the content and gear up. Let's finish up on the obvious bits that everyone's going to want to get done. So first of all, finish your runes. For the remainder of phase 2 there's been a bunch added, and even if every rune isn't the most exciting, maybe one of them becomes meta in the future, so just try and get them all done. Unfortunately, they didn't change how you get the Ratchet rune from Grisby in phase 1. I was kind of hoping they would in some way because I have so many ults, but yeah, they haven't. So if you are waiting for a possible change there, doesn't look like it's happening, and you should just go and farm it out via the shredders. Get your quality of life spellbooks in this phase too, stuff like Summoning Portal, a normal res for druids, Totemic Projection, and so on. These pretty much all drop from the various bosses in Scarlet Monastery, with it appearing as though bosses in Scarlet Monastery Graveyard have the best chance to drop them. You should also cap out your professions and your secondaries as well, because hey, why not? Who knows when they'll come in. Also, we didn't end up getting profession specializations this phase, but we know for sure they are coming in phase 3. In fact, I could see us staying at 225 skill next phase, because if we were to go all the way to 300, there are tons of items at 290 skill and above, which we just wouldn't be able to equip at level 50. Maybe in phase 3, every profession in the game gets a specialization, because a few of them are missing them at the moment, such as alchemy or enchanting. Alchemy could get potion, transmute, and flask specs as they did in TBC, and for enchanting, perhaps they could spec into making weapons, oils, or just reducing the materials needed for enchantments. On top of that, Blizzard did say in one of the interviews before phase 2 that they liked the idea of gathering professions having some bonuses too. So yeah, level your professions up. They've been a big deal in Season of Discovery so far, and I'm sure they will continue to be so. And that's it, that's the bulk of the content at level 40. There should be enough there to keep you busy. Either way, let me know how you're liking the phase so far, what your thoughts on it are, and if you want to stay up to date with Season of Discovery content, do drop a sub on the channel, as I'll be breaking down and covering all major news right here. And finally, thank you all so much for watching and listening in, and I'll see you on the next one very soon.
think I should have saved the Hearthstone for this part here, huh? Unless I can get a summon. Where I need to go? I need to go to wetlands. So if there's, I have gold for it. So if there's a shaman warlock doing it, we can make this happen here. For a warlock summon. I'm not seeing any. Scrolling up here. I think this is where I end the stream. I'm not about to just run back here, go to fucking Sunrock, and then, I mean, I did this on 2 other characters just previously, and it's already been like 420, smoke it and blaze it. But yeah, I'm not about to do like that run there. I could do this off stream. Like, I am just sick and tired of this quest, but like, last felt we need to do it on. I know I have fucking Ghostwall to make this quicker, but goddamn, do I just not want to do that. If there was a summon right now. Yeah, I think, end the stream here. I mean, it's been, yeah, 420 blazed it, 4 hours, 20 minutes. I was mainly just doing this, like, it's honestly a boring, like, filler stream, like, filler anime episodes. Like, I'm just getting this shit done on my oats, and it's a lot of traveling, and it's like, I just can't be asked to do this shit again. Like, I'll probably log back on this character and Hearth when that's up. I think that's the play.